Louise, vil du stå der bak, eller vil du stå her? Ja, det er greit det. Good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Commandant of the Norwegian Defence University College, Rear Admiral Louise Dedichen.
Minister of Defense, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great pleasure and quite a bit of pride I welcome you all to the 17th Military Power Seminar. 2015 marks the impressive 70 years of existence of the UN Charter. For 7 decades, a large number of nations and people have contributed in US peacekeeping missions across the globe, and still are. Although the UN was established in the wake of the Second World War as a means to preserve the hard-won peace, we have over the past decades witnessed how significantly UN operations have evolved. Today, UN operations are more complex and are conducted in more challenging environments than ever before, and often in areas where there is no peace to keep. In this perspective, 2015 also marks the 15th anniversary of the very essential Brahimi report, which clearly calls for renewed political commitment, significant institutional changes, and increased financial support in order to strengthen UN's capacity to manage and sustain field operations. Parallel to increasing complexity in operations, we have also witnessed a steady decline in Western involvement in US peacekeeping missions. Commitments to other military operations and alliances, and financial situation in Europe, and a very vibrant security environment as a whole, are surely partially explanation to why this is. Yet the notion that the established past-war UN doctrines are less applicable in today's complexity has not necessarily proven favorable for increased contributions. Having recognized the gap between doctrine and operational reality, and thus the need for revision, the UN Secretary-General established a new high-level independent panel last year. This year's Military Power Seminar will thoroughly address the changes, challenges, and consequences related to the use of force in UN peace operations. As briefly depicted, the subject itself is difficult. Yet the impressive number of participants here today only validates the relevance of this year's seminar. The Military Power Seminar is well recognized and proves as an impressive example of the remarkable collaboration between the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs and the Norwegian Defence University College. And this year, we're in fact trying to reinvigorate the seminar. We have relocated from the Red Cross to Akershus Fortress, and this puts the seminar in more righteous military frame. Not to mention that we also can house a far greater number of participants now, and the interest in this year's conference has been overwhelming. We have been overbooked for some time, and metaphorically speaking, people have been camping outside in order to get in. By looking at the esteemed ensemble of speakers we have today, it is quite understandable, and I know the bar is definitely raised. We are greatly honored that the Norwegian Minister of Defense herself, Eriksen Søreide, will present the keynote address. Her presence is a powerful amplification of the relevance of this year's seminar. And what is more, US Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for International Organizational Affairs, Victoria K. Holt, is here. and presumably she had to cancel her Thanksgiving weekend in order to speak at the Military Power Seminar. So let me at least give my deepest thanks to you for being here. It is an honor. And we are, of course, extremely grateful that Norway's military representative to NATO, Lieutenant General Mood, will come, and the force commander at MONUSCO, Lieutenant General Dos Santos Cruz, had time to attend the seminar and share his military experience and knowledge as well. In other words, the framework for an inspirational, informative, and interesting seminar is set. So, once again, welcome, enjoy, and absorb. And on that note, I would like to give the floor to the very talented Kari Osland from Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, who will walk you through the academic content of the seminar. So thank you very much for your attention.
Dear Minister, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. We are gathering here at a time when UN peacekeeping operations are undergoing dramatic changes. In 2013, UN missions in the Central African Republic, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and in Mali were given peace enforcement mandates, instructing them to use all necessary measures to neutralize and disarm identified groups in the eastern DRC and to stabilize Kari and northern Mali. This way of giving UN peacekeeping operations enforcement mandates targeting particular groups is new in the history of UN peacekeeping. But even beyond what is written in the mandates, peacekeeping, and particularly how force is used in the field, is changing. Missions now rely on new technologies, on drones, on strategic intelligence, on communication. In Norway, we have a long and proud tradition of deploying our military, police, and civilian personnel to UN peace operations. However, and as we heard Dedichen saying, after a major engagement in the Balkans during the 1990s, we saw a steady decrease in Norwegian contributions to UN peace operations. This year, the UN undertook an important step in trying to take stock of recent developments and reform its own work in the field of peace and security. Three independent panels of experts have delivered their reports on peace operations, on peace building, and on women, peace, and security. Their recommendations are extensive. The Obama-led initiative during the UN General Assembly this autumn brought a renewed attention to the need of UN peacekeeping, resulting also in pledges of Western countries to increase their contributions. Finally, there is the UN Security Council resolution adopted less than a week ago, urging the member states to participate in the fight against ISIL. All these developments highlight a number of questions. How is the UN changing? What are the main challenges? And what are the implications for Norwegian security policy? These are some of the questions that we hope will come into focus during today's deliberations. Before giving the word to our Minister of Defense, I want to alert you to a few practical matters. First of all, please turn your phones on silent or on airplane mode. Second, please be aware that all the presentations will be streamed online. We will also stream the Q&A session after this presentation, but the Q&As that follow other sessions will not be streamed. Now, it is a great pleasure and an honor to give the floor to our Minister of Defense, Ms. Eriksen Søreide.
Dear friends, welcome to Akershus Fortress in this very chilly November morning. I think we have just recently started to realize that winter is coming. We've had a wonderful fall. I'm also pleased to see the great turnout we have here today, and I know that many are on a waiting list as well. I'm honored to be in the company of so many distinguished speakers and guests, and I would like to thank the Defense University College and also the Norwegian Institute of International Affairs for hosting this annual event that has really changed over the past years. And by doing so, by hosting this, you are facilitating the important and ongoing public debate on security policy and on military affairs. I would also like to give a thank you to NUPI for the prominent role that you have played in supporting the UN high-level panel on peace operations. The topic you've chosen for today is very timely, and the seminar takes place against a very dramatic backdrop. I think we're all still deeply affected by the series of high-profile terrorist attacks that recently struck Sinai, Beirut, Paris, and Bamako. And Brussels, the very heart of political Europe, has been on an anti-terror lockdown for days. I think this is a stark new reality for all of us. In the Middle East, the Arab Spring has turned into a very long and cold winter. ISIL is threatening to destabilize the whole region. And in many countries in the region, and across also the African continent, we see many places where no immediate peace is in sight. Violence and armed conflict have caused the largest refugee crisis since the Second World War. According to the UNHCR, some 60 million people have been forced to flee their homes. The numbers themselves are staggering. There's 3 times as many conflicts in the world today than it was in 2008, and many of them are highly complex and multifaceted. New and old threats merge. Local and regional conflicts may be fueled by powers or developments that takes place far away. As you are well aware of, the mission statement of UN peacekeeping operations is to, quote, create conditions for lasting peace in countries torn by conflict, unquote. But many of today's conflicts cannot be confined to the borders of a country. Many cannot be understood or addressed in the context of nation states. In addition to that, the rules have changed. The light blue color of the UN helmet used to offer an extra layer of protection for the soldier wearing it. This is sadly not always the case anymore. UN personnel are directly targeted in the field and often find themselves with limited training and equipment trying to keep a peace where there is no peace to keep. At the same time, we're asking more of UN peacekeeping. As the US ambassador to the UN, Samantha Power, put it, quote, today we are asking peacekeepers to do more in more places and in more complex conflicts than at any time in history, unquote. The complex and demanding realities of today's conflicts require both us and the UN to adapt. Only then can we be able to create conditions for lasting peace in countries torn by conflict. But today we do have a welcome opportunity to do just that. As the UN is now celebrating its 70th anniversary, we're seeing a significant momentum drawing us in the right direction. President Obama has personally spearheaded a major high-level initiative which so far has resulted in the promises of 40,000 troops and also police on the ground. China alone has offered 8,000 troops. In addition, we've seen guarantees of more cargo planes, helicopters, logistical support, and a variety of other urgently needed capacities. We like to call them troop multipliers. We like to call them enabling capabilities. But they also include engineers, medical personnel, and field hospitals, just to mention a few. These are capacities that can enable peacekeeping troops to get the job done in an increasingly challenging environment. And just as importantly, they enable countries to contribute. We need both troops and enablers. Norway welcomes the UN initiative and leadership in strengthening US peace operations and the efforts to encourage reforms which will make UN peacekeeping more effective. We agree that the extensive mandates in today's UN peacekeeping operations must be followed by sufficient resources, both in terms of personnel and military capacities. If we look into the situation today, 9 out of 10 UN peacekeeping personnel are from the global south. I believe it is of paramount importance to increase Western and European participation with relevant contributions. 3 reasons why I believe this is so important. First and foremost, I believe that increased Western participation will increase the legitimacy of UN operations. We share a common responsibility for international peace and security. Secondly, we possess many of the advanced capacities and skills needed in such a complex security environment. Thirdly, the conflicts where UN peacekeeping is engaged are increasingly related to our own security, directly or indirectly. Take Mali as one example. Geographically located as a gateway to the Euro-Atlantic area, Mali is a hub for international terrorism, gun smuggling, and human trafficking. It's a transit country for migration. Locally, the UN plays a vital role in contributing to stability and sustainable peace. At the same time, the mission is an important part of the fight against violent extremism. The horrific terrorist attacks in a hotel in the Malian capital last Friday was a strong reminder that our efforts to fight terrorism must continue. As we seek to adapt and reform to UN peacekeeping, we should look ahead. But recent experiences and lessons learned should guide us in those efforts. Mistakes and serious flaws should be corrected, and best practices should be upheld and reinforced. Since the founding of UN peacekeeping in 1948, hundreds of thousands of UN troops from 120 different countries have participated in a total of 69 operations. Over 3,300 UN peacekeepers have lost their lives while serving with the UN flag on their uniform. At this very moment, 125,000 personnel are deployed in 16 different missions on 4 continents. But still, I believe the UN can do better. Looking at the challenging tasks at hand, we need the UN to do better. Peacekeeping is not an easy task. And the UN peacekeeping has not always lived up to its obligations and by default high ethical and legal standards. And allow me here to mention just a few examples. In 507 attacks against civilians between the year 2010 and 2013, UN peacekeepers did not use force to protect them, according to the Internal Oversight Office. Most likely, thousands of civilians lost their lives. This is really horrible for those affected, and it is a huge blow to the credibility of the UN. And this cannot continue. We must not risk that UN soldiers are forced to become passive witnesses to mass killings and abuse without the mandate to intervene. We must make sure that UN peacekeepers have the necessary rules of engagement and mandate to intervene promptly and decisively when needed. At the heart of this lies the use of force in US peacekeeping operations, which is the topic of today's seminar, and the necessity of using controlled and proportionate force when the situation demands it, and the importance of understanding when and what that is. Secondly, the reports on sexual abuse by personnel from the UN, the AU, and others against civilian population they were sent to protect undermine the UN's credibility and everything the organization stands for. This is beyond unacceptable, and it needs to be addressed directly. Thirdly, in Mali alone, 50 African UN soldiers have lost their lives in what has become the UN operation with the highest number of killed or wounded UN personnel since Somalia and Bosnia in the 90s. Many of these tragic losses of lives could have been avoided with better training and better equipment. More lives could have been saved if medical capacities had been better. When we deploy peacekeepers into some of the most hazardous conflicts of our time, we need to protect them so they can protect others. We need UN peace operations to work, and we need them to work better than they do today. In many areas, UN peace operations are the only credible alternative. The UN may be the only organization that the local population and authorities trust. Multilateral peacekeeping brings a greater degree of legitimacy locally as well as globally. And while recognizing the crucial role that peace operations can play, we must also realize that our expectations and our demands are exceeding what peacekeeping can deliver today. We must acknowledge that quantity is not enough. We need to improve the quality of what the UN does, from situational understanding on the ground to training standards of UN personnel, as well as the state of equipment. UN peacekeeping efforts cannot only be based on the capacities we can offer, but on what the conflict requires and the UN's ability to deliver just that. To do so, more resources must be accompanied by significant reforms. I believe that the work of the high-level independent panel led by Ramos Horta, the so-called Hippo report, it's a very funny name, I think, that will, together with the Secretary General's operational report, give us the reforms we need both in a short and a long-term perspective. The member states and the UN must work together to make these reforms a reality. We must do so rapidly and decisively, and with an open mind. We must be willing to revisit our established positions and look for compromises. Norway has been a firm supporter of these reform efforts, and we have also been a contributor. I agree with the Hippo report that the political strategy and political processes must guide UN peace operations and be center stage for everything the UN does in the field. I also agree that it is not constructive to distinguish between political and peacekeeping operations. I support the new concept of peace operations involving both of them. This approach makes it easier to tailor operations based on actual needs on the ground. I find it hard to disagree that preventive efforts needs to be significantly strengthened. And in this regard, I'm pleased to see a more strategic approach to force generation and capabilities planning, and the transfer of command and control of aerial resources to force commanders. I would also like to add here the importance of technology and innovation in UN operations. As described in our contribution to the UN Commission's report on the issue, we believe that the use of surveillance drones in Congo and intelligence in Mali have proved solid results, and that would be transferable to other missions. However, the elephant in the Hippo room, so to speak, is that resources matter and money matter. And both will require compromises. In that respect, I'm pleased to be noting the promising signals from the US initiative of funding AU operations. Regional organizations are often better placed to do peace enforcement, and Norway will continue to stand at the forefront in the effort to establish a predictable and sustainable funding mechanism for special political missions. Dear colleagues and dear friends, the United Nations holds a dear position in the minds and hearts of many Norwegians. From the first operation in the Middle East in 1948, through operations in Lebanon and the Balkans, to current operations in Mali, to mention just some of them, more than 60,000 Norwegian men and women have proudly worn the blue beret. Others have held or are currently holding key positions adding to our long-term contributions. Norway stands fully committed to do our part in the international effort of adapting UN peace operations to a new era. There will always be limited resources. That's true for the member states, it's true for the UN as a whole. And that is why we need to think smart, make use of each other's natural advantages, and look for force multipliers. For our part, for example, it makes sense for us to cooperate even more with our Nordic neighbors and to capitalize on the solid experience gained from working closely together in operations. As a country of 5 million people, that is actually just a bit more than half of the population of New York City. Strange to think about. But we can never be the biggest force contributor to UN missions. I sometimes like to joke that the most typical thanks we can offer to the UN missions are think tanks that we offer to the Hippo Report initiative. But we are dependent on finding those smart solutions in partnership with other countries. Norway may be small, but we also have niche capacities that together with another country's capacities actually can make a big difference in a certain operation. And I believe that this is true for all member states. In NATO, we often talk about the synergies we have through smart defense. I think it's time to start talking about smart peacekeeping as well. The most important thing that we and other countries can do in order to support UN peace operations and the reform process is to deploy troops and the capacities that actually back those efforts. Norway is committed to strengthening UN peace operations and supporting the reform process and Obama's initiative through concrete, relevant contributions. One is improving situational control on the ground. Over the last year, Norwegian analysts have taken part in establishing the first modern intelligence unit in UN peacekeeping. And I believe that intelligence capacities are key to preventing deadly attacks and to both peacekeepers and civilians. And it is also strengthening any mission's ability to do the job more safely and effectively. Secondly, safe and efficient logistics is key. Next year, from January, we will deploy a C-130 Hercules to Mali for 10 months. This was also on top of the capability gap list of the Obama initiative. And this will make the mission less dependent on the risk-prone convoys traveling through the vast deserts of northern Mali. In any mission, mobility in the theater is vital. Improvised explosive devices, IEDs, have become one of the greatest threats to UN personnel and to civilians in many conflicts around the world. This is why Norway is currently considering if it's possible for us to deploy an engineer unit with counter-IED capabilities to the UN, preferably to Mali, in 2017. These three things, the intel capabilities, the transport aircraft, and the counter-IED capability, are all examples of the key points I made. These are enabling capacities. They are troop multipliers. By improving the safety of the UN personnel, we're making it easier for other countries to deploy their troops. And this is definitely smart peacekeeping. As a small, high-cost country, we don't have thousands of UN soldiers to deploy. We do, however, have technology and niche capacities, such as these, that together with other countries' contributions can make a real difference on the ground. And in this spirit, let's make full use of this historical momentum that we have. We need to make sure that new resources promised can be applied efficiently through new reforms. We actually need to create a UN peacekeeping version 2.0, and we need to do it together. Too often have we seen how easily life-saving initiatives may be stopped in its tracks by the very mechanisms created to enable them. We must not let that happen here. The UN depends on it. So does millions of people in war-torn countries. Thank you.
Minister, for these well-expressed remarks. I think smart peacekeeping is a very interesting concept. Let's see if we can come into that in the Q&A. I will now introduce you to Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, Victoria Holt. As already mentioned by Rear Admiral Dedichen, you have prioritized us instead of Thanksgiving. For that, we are very grateful. Without further ado, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. You can hear me. Thank you very much. I'm sure I will have turkey in my future. But the momentum that was just discussed is so prominent and important to us that we felt that I should come to this. So it's in that spirit. I want to thank you very much for the invitation. This is a beautiful venue. Even without snow, it's delightful to be in Oslo. I really wish to thank also the Norwegian Defense University College and NUPI, who I've known for years but not seen in their home turf, for organizing this and inviting me on such an important topic. You know, I must say, peace operations is certainly on our minds. I too was thinking on the plane over of worldwide attention to the hostage situation in Bamako. But what not everybody might have been thinking about is that is the hotel you stay in when you visit the UN peace operation there in Bamako. And I myself have been there multiple times, and I have met Norwegians who have been there as well, who are key to the Asifu operation. So I think if we step back for a moment in the context of this conference, every day there's a story about a country facing a conflict or trying to emerge from one, and the UN is there, whether it's mediation in Cyprus or in Yemen, trying to build a new agreement for a unity government in Libya, dealing with multiple challenges in the region of Syria, ranging from the humanitarian crisis to efforts for peace. The UN is core to most and many of these challenges. And certainly the topic today of peace operations is a place where the UN role has grown and developed fairly extraordinarily on a consistent basis. I think many of us would have said peacekeeping had grown dramatically 10 years ago. What's happened is that pace has been sustained, and with it, the wide range of enterprises that missions are asked to do. So I'm very pleased to be here less than 2 months after world leaders met in the United Nations in New York. And while many of the issues on the agenda are broad, countering ISIL and violent extremism, dealing with climate change, looking at development in the future, and high-level meetings on Libya, South Sudan, and Mali, just to name a few. For us and for the United States and for our president, one of our top priorities was the Summit on Peacekeeping. And so what I thought I'd do today is talk a bit about what the moment is for us, why our government thinks this is a really critical time, and to invest in peacekeeping, to be candid about some of the challenges faced, but to really look forward to working directly with Norway and other partners to move forward on that. And it's sort of a unique and collective interest. And I must say, Norway knows this better than many. If you travel like I do, there's a lot of explanation that sometimes goes, but the breadth of the experience here is something that is worldwide recognized. So first, why does this matter? And forgive me, many of you know this, but maybe to reiterate some of what's already been said, the universality of UN missions and the credibility it can bring when you have a partnership that spans not just the UN system, but the countries that contribute to it. The number ranges over 100 is what I said. You said 120, but what else in the world do you have so many contributors to across a niche capacities, civilian-led missions with a security promise? It touches on police, it touches on humanitarians, excellence in mediation, and yes, of course, potential use of force. And this ambition is intense. It's to stabilize countries and try and prevent them from returning to war or descending into them for the first time, but increasingly to deny extremists safe havens, to prevent and resolve the conflicts that may hit a whole region. They're often twinned and alongside humanitarian crises and mediate, as well as provide good offices, etc. So the list is long and perhaps familiar, but I will pause and say, how many mechanisms have this kind of ambition? How many places can you find where this collection of countries comes together? And core to that in today's discussion is the protection of civilians who are at risk. And certainly many felt pleased that mandates starting in '99 wrote down protect civilians under imminent threat. But I think it's already been touched on, and it's a topic for the seminar. That aspiration is not itself enough. And I think we've become more sophisticated in trying to understand, and I recognize the SRSG is here, who served on the high-level panel, who herself is an advocate of understanding what is behind protection of civilians, is what we need to do to make it happen. And as I said, I think we recognize that Norway's role in this is extraordinary. I guess to say, I don't know if General Mood is here, but he was the face of bravery for an international public watching an unarmed observer mission go into Syria and try and deter much of the violence that has since unfolded, unfortunately. We also work closely with Norway as the US government on trying to bring and sustain peace in South Sudan. I have in my bag the first elements of what will be a resolution in December for the UNMISS mandate to be renewed. And I think certainly the situation there is challenging. And I think for all of us and countries that are committed to women, peace, and security and strong leadership, both, to see the first female force commander in Cyprus, well known to us coming from this country, is also a great pleasure and with great respect. Okay, so peacekeeping matters, so why now? Why is this critical? We know about the high-level panel and the SG's report, but very briefly, the ambitions have grown and it has outpaced the capabilities. As noted earlier, many Western governments, including both of ours, coming out of the 90s, committed their forces elsewhere to multinational coalitions. And maybe there was a link back to the UN after an intervention, but that's where we have prioritized. And certainly, even until recently, for us, Iraq and Afghanistan and the Balkans were where we put our efforts. But many countries did this. And so at the same time you watched Western governments put their priority elsewhere, you saw the mandates for peacekeeping grow in sophistication in an effort to make the peace more reliable and stable. So mandates expanded into the sort of more civilian-led components of good governance, support to elections, increased police and foreign police units, support to rule of law, all that we had learned coming out of the 90s and early 2000s that was necessary for the peace to hold. And at the same time, recognizing that peacekeepers with just a mandate to say protect could not do it. So authorizing directly and clearly the Chapter 7 authority would be twinned inside the peacekeeping mission, not just for enforcement and to protect civilians. But what happened over this time is that Europe and North America went from contributing 50% of peacekeepers 20 years ago down to 7% today. And so what grew was a gap between some of the capacities that the UN was being offered to provide to the field and the ability to deliver on mandates. Now, I mean to take nothing away from the countries that have been and sustained their commitments. Bravery is the face often of peacekeepers. You see the news when an earthquake hit Haiti. The UN did not leave. They stayed. They stayed with the people who were there. You watched as an election went awry in Cote d'Ivoire a few years back, not the recent time. Peacekeepers were in the middle of what could have become a civil war. And we also recognize those in South Sudan when the crisis broke out in December 2013, who unexpectedly suddenly were housing thousands of civilians in their camps. So by the nature of it, we give credit to all who have contributed to peacekeeping. But if I move forward, we also have recognized that peacekeeping now not just has complicated mandates, but they play a more strategic role than perhaps was recognized in the past through large regions and in areas, as mentioned with Mali, where extremists threaten not just the security of Mali and the region, but are a flight away from Europe. You see regional challenges with some operations. Missions such as those in Lebanon have been destabilized by the crisis in Syria. So suddenly that map of peacekeeping is not incidental, it's core to many of our joint strategic interests. And on the protection of civilians, peace, and use of force, there's been a lot of debate about this, and the high-level panel captured much of it well, but at the strategic level, UN missions come in with consent and an invitation. At a tactical and operational level, however, they may face direct challenges to them, and when there are attacks on civilians, they're authorized to use force, up to an inclusive coercive force, to try and protect those civilians who come under threat. And this actually has been a concept around for quite a while, most dramatically used in Congo, more recently in places like Mali and Kari, but itself does not, it pushes the boundaries, but does not, I think, change the very fundamental framework of peace operations since the end of the Cold War. And as I mentioned, the high-level panel itself recognized this. When unarmed strategies fail and civilians are under imminent threat, peacekeeping operations with a mandate and capacity to use force have the obligation to protect civilians from armed attack wherever they are deployed. The actual use of force may not be necessary if the potential attackers perceive and know UN troops have determination and capabilities to respond forcefully in case of attack. Some would even suggest those that are best positioned to respond are more likely to deter and have less challenges to themselves. So if you mix this together and you say, well, why would the US suddenly focus on this? And that's one reason I'm here, is I think for us, that strategic map, the commitment to this, and then the range of operations really drew our attention to the fact that at its core, certain key capabilities were now missing. And the reliability of the system that provided the missions in the field through New York, through the UN, it was not getting there. And there was a real challenge of failure, a strategic failure. So President Obama made it one of his top priorities, and let me speak briefly about the summit, which Norway, we were very thrilled, has joined us at, along with 8 co-hosts, Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Indonesia, Japan, the Netherlands, Pakistan, Rwanda, and Uruguay came together on September 28th. And as already noted, when we started the day, President Obama excitedly announced that we thought we had contributions of 30,000 more troops, police, enablers, and key capabilities. And this is not actually an American list. We had gotten from the UN what we came to call the gaps list, and it had 3 areas. It said things they needed now that were not in the field. Second, what's needed for rapid response. And third, if you wish to build the base for long-term planning for missions, what are those core capabilities? So at the end of the day, the governments that came forward, and the United States, we were pretty demanding. We said, if you're to come to the conference, you have to announce something from the UN's list. And it was 40,000, and we were very pleased. It was an expansive 2 frigates and 4 riverine units, 15 military engineering companies, 40 helicopters or transport aircraft, many capacity building programs, 5 counter-IED and EOD units, commitments to women, peace, and security, to preventing sexual exploitation and abuse, and the Kigali principles as well, which Rwanda penned and a number of governments have joined and more are, that lay out the very things that back up protection of civilians in the field. We were pleased that Norway announced its own contribution of a C-130 Hercules aircraft, a possible contribution of a combat engineering unit, police experts, capacity building for the AU, and DPKO. And I say this builds on an enduring offer and constant support of Norway. So these efforts, I think, the capabilities that were provided are twinned with this reform moment. And the summit for us really was the culmination of a year-long effort. With all those countries that came, almost 50 participants at the summit and 45 observers, we have many embassies now who understand this, both on the military and civilian side. So where are we going from here? I will say that with 21 European countries pledging from the summit or afterwards new commitments, one of the top jobs is turning this into reality. And we don't take that lightly, because the UN system, as I said, this will be new to it and to many of the governments making offers. The declaration went wide into the policies, but one of the first things, and I think people here are cognizant of this, is supporting force generation so that the missions that wish to have greater capacities work well with the team in New York so that the offers can be worked through. It may sound very detailed, but there's a new partnership program, and the UN standby arrangement system is no longer. I think it's called the PCRS, and every country that's pledging something new has been asked to provide that to that database so that the reality can be made more clear, and governments can also get what they need to know from the UN. On behalf of the United States, we too looked hard at our own policy on peacekeeping. This wasn't just about the summit. In the end, we realized that the last time the U.S. had a formal policy issued by our White House on peacekeeping was in 1994. And while much was enduring, much needed to be refreshed. And so alongside with our efforts to support the summit and our own contributions, which I'll come to, we revised our own policy. And we put an emphasis on diplomacy and prevention, much as the high-level panel, the HIPPO report, did. But we also looked at our contributions on the military side, on the policing side, and what we could do for the UN Secretariat and bolstering field missions. And over the last few years, we have increased the number of staff officers in the field. We don't come close to many of the major contributors. We are proud of the financial contributions we make today. This year, it'll be nearly $2.6 billion for our annual contribution to UN peacekeeping through our assessed contributions. I think we feel very committed to the diplomatic efforts to go alongside peacekeeping and our Global Peace Operations Initiative, which does training. But we will be looking to increase our military staff contributions. We're going to also provide engineering support. We've come up with an agreement with the UN, which on an emergency basis, if they need access to some of our military assets, we're able to provide that on a more timely basis. We think that the UN would benefit from many things imported from the military world, including better planning support, analytic capabilities, tabletop exercises. But we have to do this in a way that fits with the UN itself. So I will say all of that because our work certainly in the US is not done, and maybe the common theme is partnership. And one of the reasons I wanted to come here is because of the enduring partnership with Norway. And at this critical time, it's a time also for creativity in thinking about how we work together within and around the UN system to move it forward, so that these contributions, rather than focus on what has not gone right, actually focuses on what we can do together, because these problems will not be going away. We have an amazing tool. We have council resolutions, Security Council, that provides a great deal of room to make a difference in the field. If I mention briefly again protection of civilians, I just want to emphasize that the use of force, which is often talked about in the same context, for our government goes to the highest levels. And President Obama at the summit, if I may, he said, unlike 20 years ago, today's UN peacekeepers have the clear authority to safeguard the innocent, but is still applied unevenly. That's why the principles and best practices for civilian protection laid out in Kigali are so important. Because for innocent people caught in the crossfire, places like South Sudan, the actions of UN peacekeepers can mean the difference between life and death. So if we're talking about capacity gaps, mobility assets, better planning, engineering support, the recommendations of the high-level panel, it matters a lot about the details. So maybe briefly I'll touch about that and then wrap up. I think there's a lot to be learned from the current experiences. Norway has, as I mentioned, helped champion a new approach to intelligence through a SIFU and trying to bring in analytic capabilities that then feeds back out to the mission, assessing who might perpetrate violence against what targets and why. This feels new, it is perhaps, but it's one of the core things that any mission faces. Hopefully the answer is a civilian mediation team, or the SRSG working with the political parties, or a police team going out and strengthening rule of law in communities. But when push comes to shove, you also need to be able to have the option and the ability to deploy rapidly to an area of crisis, the rules of who commands mobility assets, who understands the situation. In a crisis, you don't have too much time to mess around with that. And if the government is giving you a hard time, you need to know who to call to make sure that the diplomatic community backs up your efforts. So it's a whole partnership within the mission in the field, and it's a partnership among governments to make sure that that works, that one element alone is not sufficient. We must work together to make this happen. So I welcome from your government, from the Norwegians here, but also from anyone else, those lessons learned from the field as we move forward, as we introduce new ideas, as practices are trying to change in the UN system, and as the high-level panel report recommendations are implemented. So for us, as I said, we will emphasize strategic force generation, planning, analysis, and trying to build in the beginning the best head start for a field operation, to try and professionalize that. We want to make sure that the pledges at the summit are all made real, so the time horizon for planning deployment of whether it's civilian, police, or military, that governments have a head start on understanding and preparing their personnel for it so they're best matched to the mission in the field. that the use of force when reserved for defense of the mission's personnel and protection of civilians is still extremely well understood, from the most senior levels down to the soldier on patrol. And that is not a source of confusion in the moment of crisis. And that's going to take some work, not just on authorization, which we have, but in planning, support, analysis, and training, which too often is in short supply or is contradictory. This is twinned, I hope, with diplomatic efforts that we are happy to double down on. It's not just about peacekeeping, it is about the larger effort to bring peace and prevent atrocities in the field. So let me close by saying I am thrilled to be here. I look forward to today's discussion. I do think this is one of those moments, and I think for many of my colleagues at home who are ready to sleep on a couch but are not free to do that for at least another year, we hope to look back in time and say this was the year that things changed. Or we will have come close, but we wish that this year, not just the governments who are committed to peacekeeping, but also the ones at the summit, whether observers or committers, who can share their knowledge, roll up their sleeves, and support the reforms that are necessary. And I particularly look forward to working with Norway and their abilities to inform us about what you are doing worldwide, and we can share resources. Happy to talk at any more detail about any of this, but again, thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, Deputy Assistant Secretary of State Holt, for these eloquent remarks. We will now have both of these excellent women in a panel to answer your questions. So I will open up for Q&A, and could you please state your name and institutional affiliation before asking your questions? We will have someone walking around with microphones. You probably need a few minutes. I will just start with 2 questions. You can keep them in your back head and answer if you want to afterwards. I would like to start with you, Secretary of State Holt. With reference to the Obama initiative, can we expect any next steps from the presidential level? And to Minister Søreide, the trend towards more robust mandates, does that make Norwegian contributions more or less likely? I'm sure there are many people here who have questions they would like to ask. It's quite dark up there, so please rise up if you want to ask a question. Okay, we have a gentleman there. Do you mind giving the gentleman a microphone?
Minister, Assistant Secretary. My name is Jens, I'm from the Norwegian Armed Forces. There has been in the past a culture in UN operations where military forces has been in some way looked down upon by the civilian side. I don't know the reasons for this, but do you have any thoughts on how the culture in UN operations can change so that if we decide to use more force, be it military or police, how can the culture or how can the dynamic between the civilian and the military side be more fluent? How can they respect each other for what they both can contribute? Thank you.
Thank you. While we wait for the rest of you to join, I will let you answer those 3 questions that we have already. Would you like to start, Minister?
Okay, good. I'll start first to the question that Kari poses on the trend of more robust mandates, how that makes it more or less likely with Norwegian contributions. Norway always does an assessment of any kind of operations that we are asked to join in or that we want to join in. But we have been pushing also for the trends that we now see in the high-level initiatives. And for us, this is a turn into the right direction for UN operations. And I think it's important to realize that many of the initiatives that are now taken, whether it is HIPPO or the Secretary General or others, 1325 being one of them, put together, they represent a shift that is more in line with both our priorities, but also our ability to actually give capacities and give contributions that matter. We also think that what we are looking at now, especially in the HIPPO initiative, of proactive use of force in certain situations is also something that I think will be more in line with how we are thinking when it comes to these kind of operations. We have to realize that the world is not always as nice as we would like it to be, and that's why we also need to have these kind of possibilities to use force if necessary. We have also been very positive towards the fact that now the focus is also more on niche capacities that makes it possible for smaller countries like ours to actually participate and do it in areas where we have experience, we're gaining experience, and that is also part of the lessons learned initiative that Victoria is talking about. So to say as a whole whether it is more or less likely is of course difficult. It depends on the certain situation. But what we have seen, especially over the past year, is the fact that we have been wanting to adapt to the new UN operations with capacities and with contributions that really matter. And I think that we will see that trend in the future as well.
Thank you. Holt.
Thank you very much. I'll just briefly mention on current operations, it's always an interesting place for a peacekeeping mission. It's somewhere between, if it's a truly peaceful country, you don't need peacekeepers. If it's full of war, it's inappropriate. So it's always that narrow space where the political and the security promise of a UN mission can push the parties to a peace. And I think part of the challenge is when the parties have not been fully committed or need to be supported. So it's always a diplomatic effort alongside robust operations that will make a difference. And when that phrase, when, say, the Security Council is not fully united or the region is not fully united, we must be mindful that the efforts in the field for robustness need to be married with that political strategy. And then I'll just also say on the robust piece, I think unfortunately, and this can be true for our government as well, we can underestimate what it takes in the field to deliver. And that's part of this summit's effort. We may both over and underestimate what the mission faces and look to simple reasons why either A, they didn't protect, or B, they didn't know, etc. And I think that that's a longer conversation that you'll be having today. And I want to credit the Norwegian research teams who have looked at this and broken down the analysis of who would perpetrate violence, which gives you a head start and understanding how to prevent it. As far as the follow-up to the summit, there's quite a number of things going on. I should mention we hope for a great deal of momentum to continue. The United Kingdom has offered and will hold a follow-up conference. They haven't picked a date. It'll be sometime between this June and September to take stock of where all the countries that committed at the summit are and where the UN is on a number of their commitments as well. So I think that's one initial thing. I understand the Dutch government will also host a conference on protection of civilians, specifically with Rwanda, to follow up on the Kigali principles. For our side, the guidance that we've developed has created an ambitious home agenda. My team is working with the interagency, and we owe our implementation report to the White House on December 15th, which means that I hope only to miss Thanksgiving, not the other holidays. But it's ambitious, and for us that crosses over many areas, including an area right now that we're working with the UN on is on technology and trying to link up. Technology is not always whiz-bang. It can be as simple as having a tabletop exercise or how to use video better, but it can get into counter IED and other areas. We're also looking at green and blue partnerships where we can provide support and mentor in the field, where sometimes we can co-deploy even with contingents that are new to a mission or we have a training relationship with. So I think there is a wide range of follow-up, and we're looking forward to that. I think the gentleman asked a question. Were you saying that civilians look down on military or military look down on civilians?
The civilian side tend to underestimate the military side, or at least in my experience. And you are, in some cases, denied access to some meetings if you go in uniform.
Well, I think you should just tell the civilians that you feel badly because they feel the opposite, in my experience. I once was at a mission and I was interviewing people on use of force and protection of civilians, and the female civilian lead of the protection of civilians team, this was a few years ago, just said, just attached herself to me when I went over to meet with the military chief of staff, and I wasn't supposed to have others in the room. And I said, no offense. She goes, I've never met him. So that's not a yes. It's not your mission, and it's vastly improved. But I do think that the communications on both sides often have too many misunderstandings, and perhaps if there was better integration at the senior contingent level and office level on both sides when you're solving problems, that the understanding would unravel at least some of that.
Thank you very much. We have a question down there. Can you help her with the microphone, please?
I'm a journalist from a Norwegian newspaper, Tove Grabal. I have a question for Victoria Holt. Why is this initiative from the Obama administration coming only almost 7 years into the Obama administration? And how much can we trust it is a lasting commitment given there is an upcoming election next year?
Do you want to answer directly, maybe? Yes, please.
I would hardly say this is the first in 7 years. People like myself were brought into government expressly because the Obama administration was deeply committed to engaging in the multilateral world. As you recall, at the first high-level meeting that President Obama attended in 2009, he held a private meeting at heads of state with 12 of the major troop contributing countries. There were no cameras, there was no press. It was a candid conversation with the heads of state of the major TCCs to say, what do you face? What are you experiencing? How do we work with you? At that time, though, it was a young administration, and we had not done the policy review I've discussed with you. We did not at that point have additional staff coming back from the field. But it has been an enduring and deep interest, and I think in some senses it's built to the summit out of that commitment to make this a more improved and capable set of operations in the field. So I hope you see it as an expression of a longer-term commitment that just kept going up to higher and higher levels, and he personally wanted to put his stamp on it. So I hope that that's enduring as well. I will say, if you look at the United States, it's often been quiet, but I would say when you have a budget like we do of over $2.5 billion, and we're funding it despite financial challenges that many governments face, that has been true from the Bush administration through this one. So I think I can't predict who the next president will be, let alone what their top choices will be, but I do think we will be a strong and reliable partner.
Thank you. Minister, you wanted to?
Just wanted to add one comment. I will not adventure into the discussions of the timing of the initiatives, but just say the fact that I do feel that having followed this field for some years, this is probably the first time where both the political views have been so clearly stated, it has been followed up by resources, and the momentum is really great. But I do think we have to realize, all the countries here, that this is up to us now. It is not only up to the UN. It's very easy sometimes to criticize the UN for not having all the capacities and all the fourth generation arrangements and so forth. This is really also up to us to live up to what we have promised, to live up to the commitments.
Thank you. There is still a chance to ask questions. While I wait for that, I have a few questions more I will ask both of you. When considering possible UN contributions, what are your main criteria? And the second question, is it realistic to think about a new UN peace operations in Libya in the future? Yes, I have a question there.
Thank you. Good morning. Cedric de Kooning with NUPI. I think I'm going to direct my question to Ms. Holt. I think you personally have been involved in making protection of civilians a very important part of UN peacekeeping operations. And I think we all welcome the central role and identity that protection of civilians and therefore closely linked our topic of today, use of force, have in UN peace operations. But it has also fundamentally changed UN peace operations. So over the last decade, most UN peacekeeping operations nowadays are engaged in conflict management, containing conflict situations, protecting civilians, without changing or trying to transform or resolve the conflicts. So major operations like Darfur today, South Sudan, Congo, the conflicts themselves seem to be unchanged, and UN peacekeeping operations are playing an important role of protecting civilians, but don't seem to be able to actually help to resolve the conflict. Hence, I think the focus of the high-level panel on putting political, having UN mandates primarily focused on efforts of political matters. So I was wondering, perhaps for both of you, if you have a view in terms of how to balance this focus on protection of civilians with a larger effort to actually stem and resolve these conflicts, and what is needed then to focus, in addition to force generation, to number of troops and so forth, what is needed to change in UN peacekeeping to achieve that? Thank you.
Thank you, Cedric. General, do you want to have a comment? Yes, please, and then I will let you answer afterwards.
Thank you. General Santos Cruz from MONUSCO. I don't want to change the focus. The focus is the use of force. But in the same line, you were talking about it's impossible to have some emphasis in the use of force if you don't have emphasis in better political performance of the missions. If the missions are a political disaster, we are going to use the force to protect the people, to protect the troops. But we are not going to create more benefits to the situation. And one more point is, in the many mandates now, we have transferred the obligations to the UN country team. We don't have a system. One system that you go to the internet, you don't have the budget, you don't have the realizations, you have maximum projects, things that you are thinking about. But, and then if you don't develop this, much more political competence to use the force, and to know much more what we are doing with billions and billions to consolidate the gains from the military, we are not going to have development. That's my opinion. I'd like to know your opinion.
Thank you very much. I think time-wise we will then let the two of you answer those questions that you would like to answer. Please, would you like to start, Minister?
Absolutely. It was a bit difficult hearing the last part of your question, but if I understood you correctly, you talked about the fact that if you have a political disaster or something that is really not going well on the military side, no, on the political side, it's difficult to do protection of civilians, and it's difficult to actually implement what you want to do. I fully agree with you, and that is also why I think that the initiative of looking at the peace operations and the political missions together is really one of great importance, because I think that can contribute to actually coordinating better what the total effort should be. And I also think you are alluding to one very vital point, in my opinion, and I very often hear it from our officers as well, and I'm really glad to hear it from our officers, that those that have armed forces as their working place, those who are officers today, I find them to be the ones that sometimes are best placed to see the limitations of military power. And I think that's a good thing, because it needs to be joined efforts by many different issues, not only the military forces, but also other efforts. Now, the question of how we, what the main criteria is for considering participating in an operation is, well, first and foremost, it's always, of course, the mandate, the fact that we have a mandate, but also what the mandate consists of. What's the operation supposed to do? How are we supposed to be in the operation? And also, what does the mission need? And do we have what the mission needs? Secondly, of course, we need to look at the rules of engagement, always very important when participating in military operations. And thirdly, it is always, when it comes to this, as everything else, a discussion of what is happening at the same time. Where are we deployed? Do we have something that we can contribute with? And that's, of course, something that goes for every country. That's also why the new discussions of force generations are really, really important, because that can actually be a vital contribution to making smaller countries have a better planning horizon and doing this in a more efficient way than we have been doing so far. And fourthly, one issue that is always very important, command and control arrangements. And the UN has a job to do when it comes to command and control arrangements, and we want to both participate in that discussion and also have that high on the agenda.
Thank you very much. Holt, please.
Thank you. It's good to see the force commander from Congo here and asking one of the tough questions that he himself has to face in the field. And it's actually not that unlike, I think, the question that Cedric asked. So maybe just on that, why the emphasis on protection of civilians? Is this actually displacing the core emphasis of a mission, which is on a political solution? It certainly should not be, but perhaps the emphasis comes from a recognition that if a mission is in a situation and it fails to protect civilians, or it appears not to have tried, that can cut to the legitimacy and credibility of everything the operation does. On the other hand, if the mission tries, then that gives it a credibility and an effectiveness that it says, these people have come from multiple other countries and they're trying to do their best. And so that's not scientific, but it's the experience of so many in the field. So in a sense, emphasizing protection of civilians is also to push, frankly, the system to take it seriously, to make it an operational goal, to say we cannot protect everybody, but the steady state looks like this. There could be high threats, or there's an election, there may be instability. It must be a mission-wide effort because it's a civilian and a police and a military, and it's primarily the government's job. But unless you have that conversation, and the first time you have a crisis is the wrong time to have that first conversation. So I think you see the Security Council underlying this because it feels dissatisfied with what's happened in the field. And so some of that answer is actually going back to better political skills, having the right mix of personnel for the operating environment. If you don't have mobility assets and you can't respond effectively, you may have the best strategy in the world, but if you can't get there, or if those who are being sent say, do I have medical capability if I get injured? And the answer is maybe. That undermines the mission as well. So I would actually see this, in a sense, as a system-wide effort to make coherent within a mission the multiple strategies being brought to bear on both localized spoilers and the larger threats to peace. So that's a bit complicated, but I think it's sincere. And it should actually strengthen the political good offices of a mission, not weaken it. But that at least is the ambition, and how to implement that is something that has been said by the minister is our enduring challenge. I'm never encouraged to use a crystal ball, particularly in public, about new missions, thank you. But one is hopeful for peace in Libya and a unity government. And there's been broad discussions, including here in Europe, about some range of operation, maybe a ceasefire, but it could also be, some countries have talked about a stabilization force. I have no I have no knowledge of some hip pocket plan that's ready to go to the council, but keep an eye on that space, broadly speaking. And as far as how to contribute, I think the minister said it well. You look at both the combination of your niche capabilities and the moment in time and the future planning horizon. And our ambition is that that horizon extends from 6 months to multiple years so we can all be more deliberate and rational about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you both for these excellent interventions and articulate remarks. You have given us a lot of food for thought. So please all join me in a big hand of applause.
Good morning. Is it on? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we could take our seats, please. No, all of us. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cedric de Kooning, and I'm with the Norwegian Institute for International Affairs. We're now going to have our first session this morning that's going to focus on changes and challenges in UN peace operations, or rather in the use of force in UN peace operations. We have a number of very interesting perspectives. We're going to start off with Professor Mats Berdahl, who's going to look at, kind of give us a historical and a contextual introduction to use of force. General Robert Mood will follow with a military perspective. And then two of our researchers from the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, Alexander Biedel and Stian Scheksrud, is going to share some of their research with us that's focused on the use of force and protection of civilians. And lastly, NUPI's own Professor Morten Boas will speak to us about US use of force from the perspective of those being protected. And this will round up our morning session and take us up to lunch after a question and discussion session. So let me start off by introducing Professor Mats Berdahl, who is a professor at King's College in London, and an adjunct professor with the National Defense University. Mats, thank you.
That's it, it's working. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm delighted to start off this morning, and I'm very conscious of two things: that we have a limited amount of time for the presentations. I'll be very brief, and it means that some of the points I'm going to make might be in telegraphic or headline form, but I'm also quite conscious of not trespassing onto the territory of my fellow panelists. My subject, the historical context, does of course necessarily bring us on to some of your themes, but I will try to leave some of that for the discussion. I am nonetheless very happy to have been asked to talk about context and history. And the first and general reason for that is that I think we live still in an age of hubris about the importance of history and historical context. The late Tony Judt, I think, was right when he said that of all our contemporary illusions, the most dangerous one that underpins and accounts for all the others is the idea that we live in a time without precedent, and that what is happening is new and irreversible, and that the past has nothing to do to teach us. As I'm sure many of you will agree, an awareness of context would have served us well in places like Iraq and Afghanistan as well. Now, this more general point, and I'm getting on to the UN, is also of relevance to the history of UN peacekeeping, to the use of force, and the UN more generally. Because I think there has been a tendency, perhaps especially among social scientists, to, if not dismiss history, then skirt over it or simplify a record of peacekeeping that goes right back to the 1950s that is actually very rich and varied. There was naturally, and not unreasonably, a tendency to draw a particularly sharp break between what we call classical or Cold War peacekeeping and what followed after. My point here is that there are important elements of continuity and discontinuity that we need to take on board also when we discuss the future of use of force by the UN. And just one very obvious, in light of our very interesting discussion this morning, one element of continuity is about what kind of organization the United Nations actually is. We talk about reform. We've seen another excellent report, but at the end of the day, the UN is still an intensely political organization. It is an intergovernmental organization, and in many ways, it's deeply fragmented along bureaucratic and functional lines. I'm only saying that because if that's the nature of the beast, it has huge implications for the ability to the UN to act as a coercive agency, and we need to bear that in mind. Now, this, of course, what I've just said, the word of caution, does not, of course, mean that the context hasn't changed over time, as Cedric was saying this morning. And indeed, if we take a bird's eye view of the history of UN peacekeeping, I would suggest there are at least three major areas of change we need to take on board. First of all, the range of tasks undertaken by UN peacekeepers had grown dramatically. They become more multifaceted, to use the jargon, but also, very importantly, more intrusive in what they do, more intrusive in terms of their activities within states. Human rights monitoring, for example, a deeply sensitive issue. Security sector reform, likewise. The second area of change, or evolution, of course, and is always there, is geopolitical context and the normative environment and the normative expectations surrounding peacekeeping. And here, of course, is where I'm not going to go into the territory later, but the rise of the protection of peacekeeping mandate from 1999 onwards is very much part of that shifting normative boundaries of what is expected. And the third sort of area of change I would like to draw attention to, again, in terms of historical lessons, and is important, if we look at the whole period, is the major shift, roughly after the Cold War period, from what used to be, with some important exceptions, peacekeeping between states towards internal peacekeeping in what you might call loosely civil war environments. Now, all of these areas of change, the range of tasks, the civil war context, heightened normative expectations play directly into the challenges of the use of force. And let me turn to the use of force. What I will say briefly in the time that remains to me, I will divide it into three brief sections. A bit about the historical background. I will then return to the change of context I just mentioned. And finally, I will ask whether are there any general lessons from the history of UN peacekeeping that remain relevant to the challenges we face today. First of all, historical background and why it is important. UN peacekeeping emerged as an innovative response, a functional adaptation of the United Nations to the realities of Cold War politics in the 1950s. Now, one of its chief characteristics at the outset, peacekeeping as an activity, was and I quote from that famous report many of you will be familiar with, Dag Hammarskjöld's summary study of the operation in the Middle East. A key characteristic was the prohibition against any initiative in the use of force. Along with the principles of consent and impartiality, this attachment to the minimum use of force, except in self-defense, came to constitute what we know and describe as the core principles of traditional peacekeeping. Now, these principles, I think it's important to spend 1 minute on. We're going to come back to them later. The point about these principles is that they define peacekeeping as a particular kind of activity. And that activity, in the words of Alan James, was an activity of a secondary kind, not a primary kind. Had it been of a primary kind, it has to do with trying to enforce a particular settlement. But a secondary kind of activity really is there to support and create the framework for others, either the parties themselves or external actors and mediators, to negotiate a lasting political settlement. So peacekeeping was originally conceived as a secondary activity, a form of third-party intervention deployed in a non-threatening posture and not prejudging itself the political outcome of the conflict. And as such, it was very distinct from enforcement. And this meant that the success of peacekeeping depended ultimately on others. And on, of course, there being a measure of consent, not necessarily absolute, on impartiality as the determinant of operational activity, and a prohibition against initiative in the use of force. And all this amounted to a distinction which I think was very well summarized in another document I won't bore you with, but some of you might remember the so-called supplement to an Agenda for Peace in 1995, which concluded, after 3 terrible years for UN peacekeeping, that the logic of peacekeeping flows from political and military premises that are quite distinct from those of enforcement, and the dynamics of the latter are incompatible with the political process that peacekeeping is tended to facilitate. That's the historical background and context. Now, the context, of course, has changed over time, and it has raised questions about these principles and their use of force. In terms of the ones I mentioned, briefly, and Hilde will know all about this, she was in Sudan, the range of tasks. You are asked to do a whole set of different things, from human rights monitoring, support security sector reform, traditional monitoring functions. And the real question it raises is, how do you combine these tasks in one and the same mission when potentially they might conflict with one another? If you're trying to hold the government accountable for its human rights record, but also doing a more traditional peacekeeping function. And if you throw the use of force into that mix, you see how potentially complicated that challenge becomes. Second, I talked about the changing geopolitical climate. Now here's again an interesting thing about history. Of course, after the Cold War, we talked this is a new era and a famous new change and an opportunity. Some of you will remember that word hitherto. Do you remember hitherto? In an Agenda for Peace, suggesting that consent has hitherto been required, maybe not anymore. Of course, we might now be back to a very different situation again, where the historic function of the United Nations to try to insulate local conflicts from great power rivalry might again assume a more important function. There has been a very important shift, as Cedric emphasized, of course, over the past, since '99 really, a very much a legacy of the experiences of Srebrenica and Rwanda, in shift towards protection of civilians. And we've already flagged some of the very complex dilemmas that gives rise to, in terms of whether what you are prioritizing in order to address the root cause of protection. Is it the political settlement, and can that conflict with other agendas in the mission? And finally, I will emphasize again the shift towards internal as opposed to intrastate peacekeeping. 20 out of the 21 new operations since '99 have been of an internal or civil war-like kind, and I think that is very, very significant when we discuss it. Now, what I want to do in the little time that remains to me is just to try to, having set the scene, talked about the changing context, see if there are any broader lessons from the history of peacekeeping that remain relevant, and I think there are at least 3. Everything comes in 3 if you teach at university, because students follow it that way. And here I'll be telegraphic. We can have the nuances in discussion afterwards. I think it is absolutely vital to reaffirm the validity of a basic distinction between what is essentially a peacekeeping operation and one that is premised on the logic of warfighting and enforcement. Now, this needs a bit of qualification. The meaning of essentially in this context, of course, has very little to do with whether or not a mission is on Chapter 7. As a matter of routine, they all are. The key to this distinction, which is a basic and broad one, it is not, like Michael Rose said in '92, a Mogadishu line in the desert. The key to the distinction lies in whether or not achieving mission objectives is fundamentally dependent, in the final analysis, on building consent and support among parties to a given conflict, as part of a wider effort of which UN peacekeeping is only one part, to shore up or to lay the foundations for a lasting political settlement. I don't need to tell you that the history of peacekeeping, not just over the past 15 years, shows just how fragmentary and how incomplete such consent can be, quite especially in conditions of civil war. Nonetheless, there is a very difficult judgment to make here. Combining activities that ultimately rely on consent, cooperation, and access with offensive military operations within the same mission can and have historically proved destabilizing, politically as well as in humanitarian terms. Now, what I'm suggesting from this, a very inescapable corollary of this, is that there might be some circumstances in which UN peacekeeping is not the right instrument. And that should also be part of our discussion today. We're talking obviously about UN peacekeeping operations, but one aspect of this is, are there circumstances where that is not the right instrument? Now, I just need to qualify this a little bit more, because I think it does go straight to the issue of use of force. While there is a qualitative distinction, I want to say that Michael Rose, talking about the Mogadishu line, did us a disservice. And it does not follow from maintaining that distinction that one can only or should only operate in environments where distinctions are clear-cut and simple, or, and I accept, or that the use of force cannot, under the right circumstances, be used with a potentially positive effect. And there are certainly instances in 1999 when properly equipped and properly commanded forces have scored tactical victories in response to immediate crises and emergencies, preventing the collapse of the UN mission in Sierra Leone in 2000, the very impressive by the Brazilian effect to destroy the gang structures in Haiti in 2006-2007, securing Bunia in 2003, and also one could add defeating Laurent Gbagbo's violent challenge to the election. But, and here is the important point, in evaluating these tactical successes, it is really important not to lose sight of the wider lesson. And the wider lesson is, first of all, in all these cases, we had very well-resourced and highly capable forces involved. Brazil in the case of Haiti, I acknowledge, France in the case of Bunia, and the British in Sierra Leone. And this, sadly, up until now, and you're going to rectify this, is precisely what UN missions have tended to lack. But more important in terms of lesson is this: the military challenge in each case was relatively minor. However we dress it up, it was a marginal spoiler threat, if you like. But most important, the key to long-term success, and this is what we really are concerned about, we're concerned about protection of civilians in the long run. The key challenge is how you translate these actions into a long-term strategic impact. And that will always depend on whether the use of force is properly linked and calibrated to a clear political purpose. Second lesson, and here I'm very telegraphic. Again, if we step back and ask, if we look at the whole history of UN, where has the UN been comparatively, I think that's the best word to use, comparatively most successful? What's the key to their success? And I think it's true to say that peacekeeping has been most successful in support of viable political settlements, particularly the period between 88 and 91, the peace agreements in Central America, Namibia, Cambodia, Mozambique. In each case, the issue of force did come up. And in each case, there are difficult judgments to be made about the role of the UN. But I think it is significant that in each case here, there was some focus on a political settlement. Either it was there, or it needed to be shored up, it needed to be viable. And the final point I make, the final lesson I think, comes back to this issue about operating in civil war-like situations. What I'd like to just say here is that, and here the important lessons, and it's really, I remember when I was working on peacekeeping early on, I went to, I think, the NUPI library, and you have some excellent books from the late 1960s that looks at the Congo experience. I think they're called the Oslo Papers, and it's still worth reading. The point here is that in a civil war situation where what is at stake is a contestation over sovereignty or who rules at the end of the day when the guns have fallen silent, in those circumstances, it is very difficult for a third-party force, however much it may want to, and maybe Hilde will back me up, to remain above the political fray, particularly over time, and particularly with a wide range of tasks you've been given, you'll be drawn into the politics of that particular conflict, and that is in the nature of a civil war situation. It doesn't mean that you can't intervene or shouldn't intervene, but it means that the political framework, and again, I'm just echoing what the Hippo has already said, is really all important. And it's not just that it would be nice to have a political strategy. We have to be very, very careful about deploying in the absence of one. And I think that is a very, very strong lesson from the history of peacekeeping, right since its inception in the late 50s. I think that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mats, for giving us that historical overview. Next, we have General Robert Mood, who's currently the military representative of Norway to NATO. But in this particular context that we have our seminar today, I should also mention that General Mood led an initiative by a number of force commanders to make an input into the work of the UN high-level panel on peace operations. So from that perspective, I know that he's also very well versed on this topic. General Mood.
Thank you very much, distinguished guests, dear colleagues. I'm going to frame my intervention into two quite distinct parts. In the first part, I'm going to try to frame the wider context. In the second part, I will offer some quite specific recommendations based on the work that was just mentioned. Flying in from Brussels, I cannot but reflect upon the fact that NATO has tremendous force, conventional as well as nuclear. But we possess all this power and enjoy strong cohesion among 28 democratic nations because we seek peace through strength, firmness, predictability, cooperation, and dialogue. All this might is there to promote peace and create stability, to avoid resorting to military means, deterrence. I will neither elaborate on challenges from the east, the south, the north, or far away, the most likely historic fate of nations not willing to defend themselves, nor will I explore how man in the 21st century probably will face more existential threats than in the 20th. I will not spend my time elaborating on the cruelty of man, nor on non-state or state actors who present fiction as facts, kill with the right hand while advocating peace with their left, and speaking innocence from their mouths, walking on dead women and children in pursuit of their aims. I will simply agree with most of you that if these people believe that risk is greater than gain as they see it, they will hesitate and think again. Deterrence is a concept that works at the strategic level, but it is equally relevant in local areas of responsibility. Every time we fail to let action follow words, we leave in the minds of these people less credible deterrence and a stronger temptation that the risk might be worth it. We cannot allow them to make a mockery of UN Security Council resolutions and UN missions. We can and should not, in this interconnected day and age, allow coming generations to conclude that peace operations are talk only and that very little have changed since Rwanda, Srebrenica, and the Brahimi report. Responsibility to protect must be a concept for action when required, rather than for academic talk, resolutions that are not implemented, and passive missions. In other words, force is destructive and creates more problem than it solves without a political purpose and a comprehensive framework. But as little as we want it in the service, the use of force is a critical ingredient to deter as well as to defeat in the service of peace. In sum, an argument for better utilization of the military element of peace operations, not for more or less force. In his powerful speech when accepting the Nobel Peace Prize in 2009, President Obama, probably the most demanding commander-in-chief position in the world, stated that he came filled with difficult questions about the relationship between war and peace and the effort to replace one with the other. He recognized the concept of just war, a concept that suggests war is justified only when it meets certain preconditions. If it is waged as a last resort or in self-defense, if the force used is proportional, and if, whenever possible, civilians are spared from violence. However, he also pointed out that for most of history, this concept of just war was rarely observed, and that the capacity of human beings to think up new ways to kill one another proved inexhaustible. We met a political leader and a commander-in-chief who accepted the Peace Prize and reflected on the tough dilemmas. While arguing that to protect peace, deter, and to build peace, our opponents, whether strategic or local, need to see us willing and able to go into combat and win. Arguing for use of force in this context, a better utilization of the military component, is not an argument against peace, against a comprehensive approach, or against civilian means as the more important extension of politics. Nor should arguing for peace, for a comprehensive approach, and for civilian means as the more important extension of politics be an argument against use of force. If we allow this polarizing logic to persist, we will continue to fail. I accepted the opportunity this spring to lead several conversations among previous and current UN force commanders, as mentioned, in order to compile a military input to the work of the UN Expert Panel of Peace Operations led by Ramos Horta, a group of distinguished officers who insisted that the military component had greater value when subordinated to a larger political framework that offered clear guidance and priorities. I experienced a strong commitment to the bedrock principles of peacekeeping, consent, impartiality, and the non-use of force, followed by a recognition that the contemporary context of UN peace operations challenge the traditional understanding of these principles and how the military component of UN operations should be utilized to better effect. The principles could be argued as valid. Failure lies in our interpretation of the principles, in planning, and in execution. The message of this distinguished gentleman were that we, the military, can serve peace operations better and more effectively. You may find it surprising, that the definition of more effective was not more guns, larger units, and unrestricted freedom to act. The definition of more effectively was primarily about complementarity, teamwork, and subordination to the civilian effort. It was about a tailor-made force and force generation processes, about capabilities for strong situational awareness and outreach capacity to locals, as well as about proactivity with well-trained and equipped troops at the tactical level. In other words, again, not about more or less force, but about how the military component is utilized. I have experience with being manipulated on a weak mandate in UNIFIL in the 80s, as well as the tactical deterrent effect of a battle group trained and equipped for combat in Kosovo in '99, working unarmed. I know very well from Syria that to be unarmed in itself can provide strong force protection and facilitate dialogue. During many short trips to Afghanistan over several years, I was often told stories about the closed doors when the villagers saw us coming with the barrel of the gun first. Contrasting stories on the curiosity and hospitality we enjoyed when throwing the rifle on our back and taking off the sunglasses. However, the terrible atrocities I've witnessed and we are witnessing today make a convincing case that in some actors we have but two choices: to witness and become complicit by extension, or to take action and defeat or destroy the perpetrators to rescue others and prevent massacres. I emphasize this to argue that the either-or approach, the against or in favor of force approach, is an oversimplification that in reality hampers what we want to achieve: relevant, effective, and credible peace operations. Now, in the second part of my intervention, I would like to share some of the specific recommendations elaborated in the letter itself. We defined broadly 6 areas, conditions for success in future peace operations, vested in, as stated, better utilization of the military component, strengthened command and control arrangements, improved preparedness and mission design, use of modern technology, enhanced capabilities, improved mission information and outreach, and last but not least, strengthened logistics and support. On utilization, the military component has to be an integrated part of the mission concept, subordinated to the political effort, combat-ready, proactive, and capable to be effective. At the mission level, the utilization of the military component must aim to create conditions for the other means under the authority of the SRSG, as well as in coordination with humanitarian agencies. Unity of command at mission level has to be re-established. Accountability for all aspects of the mission must rest with the SRSG in order to secure effectiveness, while decision-making related to military tactics must rest with the force commander. Preparedness, mission design. We have learned time and over again that troops will perform in accordance with their level of equipment and training when challenged. Hence, all troops must be equipped and trained for the most difficult tasks. And the military component has to be tailor-made and relevant for the mandate, the situation, and the terrain of the specific mission, should be used accordingly. Technology. Peace operations are increasingly about people and perceptions, even more than boots on the ground. Hence, technology that allows robust information operations could enhance mandate accomplishment significantly. And technology obviously also offers cost-effective solutions to some capabilities. And then on capabilities. Regardless the recommendations in the Brahimi report from 2000 based on the terrible atrocities in Rwanda and Srebrenica, the military toolbox remained rather empty in peace operations. We know that well-equipped and trained troops with all relevant enablers deter potential aggressors and reduce the level of violence. On the other hand, passive and weak military components invite aggression and invite manipulation, leading to increased risk for all and sometimes unnecessary loss of life. Capabilities must also overcome, obviously, the challenges caused by climate, terrain, as well as perpetrators and local actors. Effective and responsive CASEVAC, as mentioned previously, is a prerequisite in all UN operations. Should be guided more by the platinum 20 minutes than a golden hour principle. The force commanders were discussing, and we didn't agree on everything, but on one issue, the enabler issue, we agreed indeed. Helicopters which are able to provide the full range of support helicopter tasks should be part of any mission. Engineers with organic force protection, land mobility according to climate and terrain, a quick reaction force that can react quickly when the SRSG decides the aim and the force commander is given the tactical authority to employ to solve a problem. Strategic and regional airlift, to mention one more. Towards the end, information and outreach. Even where state structures are collapsing, modern technology spreads. Contact media and social media are becoming the most effective way to influence also local perceptions, in particular among the young. Peace operations increasingly unfold in this domain rather than on the ground. Hence, strong mission information and outreach capabilities must be integrated in all missions with cultural understanding and local context, remaining the crucial success criteria. Logistics and support. The frustration when discussing this issue among force commanders is of such magnitude that reviewing and improving the mission support system with end user priority is one of the areas we believe would strengthen mandate implementation significantly. Any mandate or well-planned mandate implementation is hampered if we have ineffective logistics and support. All military plans, including contingency plans, must be effectively supported. To finish, comprehensiveness and proactive use of force are not mutually excluding. They are mutually supporting. We need civilian leadership, we need complementarity, we need integration, we need strength, and we need tactical military proactivity, utilizing the military component within a political framework. The force commanders gathered expressed that no amount of good intentions can substitute for the fundamental ability to project effective and proactive force when needed. Thus, also achieving credible deterrence and prevention of violence at the local level. Still, of course, military means alone cannot create peace. It remains a subordinate element that can create space in which peace can be built and should be seen as a supporting function. And here we find one of the challenging contradictions of our time. The implicit attitude seems to be that when the military is but a supporting element, it does not have to be combat equipped and trained. Thousands of poorly equipped and trained soldiers in passive roles are seen as logical. What a tragic misunderstanding, such irresponsible use of resources. I sincerely believe that if the report delivered by His Excellency Mr. Horta and some of the recommendations that the force commanders have expressed are implemented, thereby utilizing the military component more effectively than today, UN peace operations will become significantly more effective and relevant in the future. We are in Norway. So, in Norway, we are left with an extremely small defense structure, in particular land forces, that does not facilitate UN contributions. But if there was political will, we have the competence, we have the quality, and we still have a lot of the experience that could make a significant difference in UN peace operations, both with enablers and with larger contributions sustained over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General Mood. I really, coming from a think tank, I really liked the Minister of Defence's statement this morning that the best tanks Norway can offer is think tanks. But after listening to General Mood, I think we should add that Norway's special contribution has also been thoughtful force commanders and special envoys. But we do turn back to the think tanks and especially to the value of research in our next presentation. So I would like to introduce Alexander Biedel and Stian Kjeksrud, who are both research fellows with the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment, to share with us some of the insights they have gained from their research on protection of civilians. Thank you very much.
All right. On behalf of my colleague, Stian Kjeksrud, and I would like to thank for the invitation to come here to talk about something that we're both quite passionate about, namely the use of force and protection of civilians. Today's seminar is about challenges with the use of force in UN peace operations. And one of the biggest challenges is protection of civilians. At FFI, we've been researching protection of civilians since 2009. And our main research question has always been, what can or cannot military forces do to protect civilians in different situations? Meaning that we engage less in the politics of UN peacekeeping operations and less about the principles, but more about understanding and mapping the potential utility or usefulness of military force and military forces in protecting civilians. So today we'll present some of our key findings and apply them to the context of UN peacekeeping operations. First, I'll explain what the challenge is, what's the problem. I'll argue that our main challenge lies not, as often is the case in military circles, a preoccupation with reducing collateral damage, but primarily understanding how to protect civilians from other actors than ourselves. Yet, civilians are attacked in many different ways and by many different actors. Secondly, I'll therefore describe what our research says about the scope of different types of threats civilians may be faced with. Thirdly, Stian will present our thesis on how military force can be used to protect civilians more effectively. And finally, he'll apply our research to UN peace operations in Africa between 1999 and 2014. What lessons can be drawn from this? I'll echo what has already been several times, but also in the context of protection of civilians, that what we want you to take away from this is that the question of use of force in relation to protection of civilians is not so much a question of using more or less force, but how that force is applied against specific types of threats. All of what I present here today is based on several research reports, field trips, and guidelines that we have developed and that are currently being included in doctrines and manuals in the US, NATO, and various staff officer courses here in Norway. So what is the challenge? Our starting point is that protection of civilians has become an increasingly important objective in most operations. This is not only due to the tragic failures to protect civilians in Bosnia and Rwanda during the 1990s, it also became a key priority for international forces, also Norwegian forces, in Afghanistan and also in Iraq for military strategic reasons, about winning hearts and minds. It was the primary objective in NATO's interventions in Kosovo and Libya, and today it is the main task for most of the 90,000 military peacekeepers deployed around the world. Yet, in many of these operations, civilians have not become much safer as a result. This is commonly referred to as the protection gap, whereby the unprecedented strategic importance and political importance attached to protection of civilians is not matched by actions on the ground. Numerous reports have shown how UN peacekeepers continue to fail to protect civilians even when attacks are taking place in close proximity of their bases. Yet I would argue that this gap also applies to NATO's operations in Afghanistan. Because if we look at the number of civilians killed in Afghanistan by pro-government forces, Afghan forces and ISAF forces, and anti-government forces such as the Taliban, between 2007 and 2013, we can see two things. First, we've been very successful in reducing the proportion of civilian casualties caused by ourselves, so-called collateral damage, especially following General McChrystal's tactical directives limiting the use of close air support, nitrates, and so forth. Yet, during the same period when protection of civilians became a key priority, the total number of civilians killed doubled. Now, this is a problem when protection of civilians is necessary for military strategic reasons, but it also indicates where the main challenge lies. Namely, that the main problem is that most civilians are killed by armed actors who deliberately target them as part of their strategy. This protection gap can partly be explained by a lack of guidance on how to protect civilians from other actors than ourselves. This was one of the key findings in Victoria Holt's research before she joined the US State Department, and has been the main focus of our research here at FFI. The main recommendation has been that we need to better understand who these perpetrators are and why they attack civilians in the first place. Now that brings me to the second part, the scope of threats to civilians. We've spent much of our time trying to understand how civilians have been attacked in past conflicts and operations, as illustrated by the word cloud on the right, which shows the range of different cases we've studied over the last years. Based on this, we've found that threats to civilians may vary according to 5 parameters, at least. First of all, the motivation. Why do they attack civilians? Is it to exterminate them? Is it to expel them? Is it to take revenge? Is it to control? What are the kinds of actors responsible? Are they states? Are they rebel groups? Communities? Individuals? What are the strategies and tactics employed? Do they rely on massacring people, or do they rely on particularly brutal acts of violence to send a message? What are the capabilities they require to execute this violence? Do they rely on conventional heavy weapons, or do they rely on numerous small arms, militias, paramilitaries, and so forth? And finally, what is the expected outcome in terms of human suffering? Do most people die, or do most people flee? In which kind of situations are women and children most vulnerable? Our research has led us to conclude that the scope of different threats can be divided into 7 generic scenarios, or categories of threats. And here I just want to highlight the key differences between them so you get an idea of the scope of threats that peacekeepers may be expected to protect civilians from. First and most serious scenario is genocide, where perpetrators seek to exterminate a certain group. A classic example of this would be the Rwandan genocide, where the majority of the Tutsi population actually died. During ethnic cleansing, however, even though it's mentioned in the same sentence as genocide in many news articles, it's a completely different situation on the ground, and for the force commander. Here, the objective is not to exterminate, but to expel a group from a specific territory. In this scenario, relatively few people are actually killed, but the vast majority is displaced. For instance, during the Bosnian War, 90% of Bosnian Muslims in Serb-held areas were displaced. Regime crackdowns are those situations where an authoritarian regime responds to threats against its own survival with violent repression of its own population. such as in Libya, Syria, following the Arab Spring. Post-conflict revenge is very common to most post-conflict environments where you have individuals or unorganized mobs who seek to take revenge against previous perpetrators on a tit-for-tat basis. This is what happened in Iraq after Saddam Hussein fell against Saddam-affiliated officials, and in Libya after the fall of Gaddafi. A potentially very violent scenario, however, is communal conflicts, where you have whole communities engaged in seemingly endless cycles of revenge attacks, as most recently in the Central African Republic between Christian and Muslim communities. Predatory violence are those situations where you have opportunistic rebel groups who target civilians either in order to survive themselves or to gain profits, for instance through plunder, taxation, forced recruitment of children to maintain their ranks. And these groups are often are often infamous for their particularly severe acts of brutality, such as the mutilation of arms, lips, ears, the Lord's Resistance Army. Finally, insurgencies is when you have rebel groups with clear political objectives who only target civilians as a tactic, as a way to control populations upon which they depend for support themselves, but also to undermine the control of their rivals, such as the government, as with the Taliban in Afghanistan. In most conflicts, in most cases, several of these scenarios are likely to unfold simultaneously in different areas or during different phases of a conflict. And we did not develop these scenarios as an academic exercise in itself, but primarily to help military planners and force commanders answer key questions during the planning of operations, such as, how imminent is the threat to civilians really? Where in my area of operation is the threat greatest? And most importantly, how can military force be used to protect civilians more effectively?
On how to answer the question of how force may be used with more utility to protect. In our view, the criterion for success in protecting civilians is that the use of force must reduce the existing level of threat without causing unnecessary harm in the process. So our theoretical starting point is former UN commander and British General Rupert Smith and his book from 2005 called The Utility of Force. He described how today's conflicts are being fought amongst the people, not on a distant battlefield, and how we can use military force with better effect, with greater utility in these complex environments in which UN missions also operate. Smith says that military force can only do 4 things, whether to protect civilians or to achieve other objectives. First, military forces can be used to ameliorate the security situation, for example, by delivering aid or reporting what's going on to the outside world. Second, military forces can be used to prevent the conflict from spreading by containing the situation, for example, through arms embargoes or no-fly zones. Third, military force can be used to influence an actor's behavior, for example, by threatening with punitive strikes to deter attacks, or actually by attacking to coerce an actor to change his mind. Finally, force may be used to destroy an opponent's ability to achieve his objectives, for example, by defeating him militarily. This is traditionally what has been regarded as the primary purpose of military force. However, it's impossible to determine which of these functions will protect civilians unless we know how they are being targeted in the first place. So, we have developed 4 equivalent functions of violence for perpetrators, which capture the different ways in which violence may be used within the 7 scenarios as described by Alexander. First, the opposite function of amelioration is impairment, and is done by cultivating a sense of insecurity, for example, through the presence of armed actors among civilians who then risk being caught in the crossfire. Second, incitement is the opposite of containment, as violence is used to spread insecurity into areas where it does not already exist. for example through indiscriminate suicide attacks during insurgencies. Third, violence may also be used to deter civilians from collaborating with the enemy by threatening with retaliation, or to coerce them to leave an area or otherwise change their behavior through especially brutal acts of violence. Finally, violence can be used to destroy civilians when extermination is the objective, such as through mass killings during genocide. So, based on what we have observed in previous operations, our thesis is that in order to protect civilians most effectively, one must match the perpetrator's strategic function of violence against civilians as much as possible. And to illustrate, there is little point in trying to ameliorate or contain a situation by delivering aid or imposing an arms embargo in situations where civilians are already being massacred or forcefully expelled, as was the case in Bosnia for several years. By contrast, there's a risk of causing more civilian casualties than otherwise would have occurred if one attempts to militarily defeat insurgents who only target civilians on a limited scale. One could argue that this has been the case in both Iraq and Afghanistan. That said, protection of civilians is never going to be the only objective in any mission. As such, it will always have to be balanced against other objectives. However, it's impossible to do this balancing act without knowing how force can and cannot be used to protect civilians. That brings us over to the application of force to protect civilians in UN operations so far. I will now apply the theory on UN protection operations at the operational and tactical levels in Africa between 1999 and 2014. For that purpose, I've developed the UN protection of civilian operations dataset to improve our understanding of when, where, how, and to what effect UN peacekeepers have used force to protect. It records and codes 188 cases in 10 UN missions in Africa. The blue dots hint to which UN missions are included in the set, which will be presented shortly. The cases in the set were selected on the basis of 4 criteria. Armed groups constituted a physical threat to civilians. UN forces were deployed with a mandate to protect. A military force was used to protect civilians. And finally, it was captured in the UN Secretary General's reporting to the UN Security Council. First, some descriptive statistics. And we begin by exploring where the UN has used force to protect. As few as 5 UN missions have been responsible for 87% of the military protection operations in Africa. And that's MONUSCO in the DRC, UNMISS in South Sudan, UNMIL in Liberia, UNISFA in Abyei, and finally UNAMID in Darfur. As illustrated by the map on the right, by far the highest number of UN protection operations, 81, has been conducted in the DRC, where the UN mission has had a protection mandate since 2000. The remaining cases are distributed across UN missions in Sudan, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, Central African Republic, Chad, and Mali. So, which of the scenarios described by Alex have been most common? Keep in mind that over the past 25 years, the UN has been faced with all 7 scenarios. However, in the period between 1999 and 2014, 3 scenarios completely dominate the situations in which UN peacekeepers have used force to protect. And that's communal conflicts, predatory violence, and insurgency. More than 90% of the 188 cases occur in these 3 scenarios. So now we know a little bit about where and in what kinds of situations the UN has used force to protect. But how successful has the use of force been? According to my findings, the UN has been slightly more successful than not, 37% versus 27% of the cases. However, due to many cases where the outcome is still unknown, this finding might change. The assessment of the outcomes is based on a combination of counterfactual reasoning and case-specific knowledge. The typical modus operandi of any given perpetrator is used as a baseline for assessing how a situation could have developed if the UN had not intervened. And operations are assessed as mostly successful in cases where UN forces effectively protected many potential victims. Conversely, operations are assessed as mostly unsuccessful in cases where UN forces have failed to protect a considerable number of potential victims, despite having militarily intervened. So, according to our theory then, if you look at the cases with known outcomes, which is 112 in total, does matching the perpetrator's use of violence actually improve the outcomes? In those 53 cases, where the UN peacekeepers' functional force mismatched the perpetrators, the outcome was mostly unsuccessful 72% of the time. It appears, therefore, that mismatching correlates with mostly unsuccessful outcomes. However, there are exceptions. In 28% of the cases where UN forces mismatched the perpetrator, a mostly successful outcome was identified. The majority of these cases seem to be explained by the fact that UN missions opened their gate to civilians on the run from violence, in particularly in South Sudan. Conversely, the analysis indicates that in those 59 cases where UN peacekeepers matched the type of violence employed by the perpetrator, the outcome was mostly successful, 92% of the time. This observation strongly supports our claim that matching may lead to more effective protection. Finally, in 8% of the cases where UN peacekeepers matched the type of violence, the outcome was mostly unsuccessful. And these are interesting cases for us for further research. And they might contain insights that we can use to refine our theory. A final question then is, which of the functions of force are most effective? In the 54 cases where the protector matched the perpetrators and the outcome was successful, coercion and deterrence were the two most dominant functions of force. Destruction, containment, and amelioration were much less prevalent. An interesting finding, however, is that the entire spectrum of force has been applied with success. So what can our findings say about the utility of force in UN peace operations? First of all, despite the UN's traditional reluctance to use force, UN peacekeepers have successfully applied force to protect civilians on many occasions during the past 15 years, and as such, it is not an impossible mandate. Second, when force is used to protect civilians, the most important question is not whether the UN should use more or less force, or rather the question is how force may be applied with utility against different threats. The entire spectrum of force has been utilized with success, and as such, no function of force can be ruled out as irrelevant. The two most prevalent functions of force, however, are deterrence and coercion. Our research therefore supports recent findings that the mere presence of peacekeepers may deter attacks on civilians. However, our findings strongly suggest that UN forces must be able to apply force coercively, as this has been required in just as many cases. Finally, we have argued that two key factors will increase the utility of force to protect. First, the ability to distinguish between different types of threats to civilians, as they require different solutions. And second, the ability to match the perpetrator's strategic use of violence against civilians, as this seems to provide better outcomes. And that concludes our briefing.
Thank you very much, Stian and Alexander. Very interesting. In our program, we had an opportunity for a break now, but all the different speakers have really kept to the time so well, and I think I still sense concentration and focus in the group. So I think we're going to push straight on and ask Morten Boas to give us his presentation, after where we'll have a discussion and then we'll have a longer lunch time. Thank you very much, Morten.
Thank you, Cedric, and thanks to those that invited me to this distinguished panel, and their colleagues, their distinguished guests. My presentation, which has changed slightly title to the use of force and the protection from civilians, a view from below, is an attempt to take sort of a par la bas approach, a more critical approach to the issue of the protection of civilians, and also try to say something about the kind of challenges that anybody who's tried to protect civilians in current landscapes of war are faced with. And this presentation draws upon both years of observations from various conflict situations, like from Mali, DR Congo, Liberia, Sierra Leone, northern Uganda, and so on and so forth. But it also partly draws upon a framework from a forthcoming book about the new landscapes of insurgencies in Africa. So let's see if I can get this one to work. Yeah, it worked, fantastic. So what is the current landscape of peacekeeping and peace building into which the attempt to protect civilians is taking place? Well, I mean, it's a violent landscape. I mean, in Mali, for the MINUSMA mission, it has suffered 53 deaths. UNAMID in Sudan, 48 deaths. MONUSCO, DR Congo, 18 deaths. UNMISS, South Sudan, 17 deaths. Cote d'Ivoire, UNOCHI, 16 deaths. These are the figures from 2013 to 2015, taken from the UN. What this suggests to me is that the current landscape of conflict that we are faced with, where the UN is present, is a landscape of complicated missions in violent and politically difficult terrains. These are also politically difficult terrains because what we are faced with here is weak states and often quite unpopular national leaders with low levels of legitimacy, which also to me suggests that, unfortunately, the cases where the UN is involved, heavily involved through peacekeeping operation and large peace-building operations, are conflict situation with no clear endgame in sight. This means that UN missions may end up as permanent international life support systems for regimes and states that otherwise would have fell or completely failed. In such environment, it is in these kind of environments that the UN may end up trying to protect civilians by attempting to control a range of armed non-state actors, and I should also, in fact, add national military actors that are not only hard to beat militarily speaking, but also harbors agendas that leaves little, if any, room for a negotiated settlement. And this is a huge difference if you compare the current situation in, for instance, the Sahel, the Somalia, but also I would add DR Congo, to the kind of situation that we were faced with in the Mano River Basin, in the wars in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Cote d'Ivoire. Even if an organization like the Revolutionary United Front of Sierra Leone was thoroughly, and most would say rightly, demonized in international media, we could have lines of communication with RUF. We could invite RUF to international peace talks. We could discuss negotiated settlements with them, because there was something to talk about after all. They were not completely denying the existence of the modern state. What we are faced with now is rather a new type of insurgencies. And these new ones, as for example those that operate in the Sahel, are both local and global at the same time. They are local because they are rooted in local grievances, be it in Algeria, northern Mali, or elsewhere in the Sahel. But they are also increasingly global to the extent that they are appropriating, playing with, and communicating with global discourses, for example, global discourses of violent Salafism and jihadism. Branding has become an integral part of their strategy, both branding themselves locally, but also branding themselves internationally, globally. These organizations are religious fundamentalists, but also immensely pragmatic in their approach to local populations. And they are extremely good at appropriating local grievances and embedding themselves into local conflicts, local grievances that often has little to do with this larger global agenda that these organizations harbors, but has everything to do with local agendas concerning access to land, access to water, trade routes, these kind of things that really matter to local populations. And this appropriation of local grievances has been made even easier for them because they operate in environments of little state control and state legitimacy, where local livelihoods are under immense pressure due to a combination of increased climatic variability and the inability of the states in that region, but also the international community to react adequately to this. I mean, just to take one example, I mean, the UN Humanitarian Fund for the Sahel, for this year, I mean, it's filled up only to 35% of what the UN says is needed. And then you wonder why these things continue. And this is not the first year. This is how this constantly has been underfunded, like so many other of these budgets, which prevent even the possibility of reacting adequately to these deep problems of these regions. These new groups are also hard to beat militarily, and they are not seeking to break away from the state, but challenge the very notion of the modern state, which makes it almost impossible for us to talk to them. But still, I think we also need to acknowledge that these insurgencies, they offer more than brutality and harshness to local populations. In the midst of this void that has been created due to the lack of a real presence of states that can offer alternatives, they themselves has come to offer some sort of opportunities, benefits, and some sort of predictability to local populations. Which to me suggests that what we are seeing today is a return of what we may call the competition state, where insurgencies are also parts of existing, emerging systems of governance. What this means in effect is that the UN in these kind of circumstances will have to compete with non-state armed actors for relevance, for information, for support, and in, for example, the case of parts of the Sahel, it's quite unclear to me if we both are prepared for this, and even if we are, do we really know how to play this game? Do the UN actually know how to play this game? This is a different ball game than it used to be. Of course, people who live in a state of chronic violence want and need protection. But these are also conflicts without borders and boundaries, with a multitude of local conflicts and grievances to be appropriated, but also to be appropriated into. And this is the new landscape of also security analysis that the UN must be prepared to grapple with. Because it's not only insurgencies that are appropriated into local grievances. The UN and the UN forces on the ground are also appropriated into these local grievances. Local people in desperate needs of both livelihood alternatives and protection will take whatever opportunities comes, because that is what you have to do if you live in these kind of areas. And there is always intention and interest, and often no clear distinction in these kind of situations between civilians and armed actors. Rather, what we have seen, and what we are still seeing, and increasingly seeing, is that people slide in and out of war simply because they have to. Because also in war, there is some level of protection. If nothing else exists, you need to seek some level of protection. What this means to me is that local populations need to take care also of their own security. And they need to navigate this environment where the UN is but one among several actors with arms, as best as they see fit, and not the least must they differentiate their security. You need to differentiate your security in order to survive in these kind of environments. You cannot just rely on one single actor, even if that actor is the UN. I mean, to take one obvious example to me, I mean, Of course, in the case of northern Mali, there are still people from the Islamic insurgencies who live among local populations. And they basically don't talk about that. Why is that the case? Well, it's obvious to me why that is the case. It's a way for local populations to guarantee their long-term survival, because they know quite well, and I think rightly so, that there is an awful high level of chance that when the UN leave, when France leave, some of these Salafists, they will still be living there. They will still be there. So you don't tell anybody about this. This is one way of guaranteeing your survival, because they simply trust that we will be able to stay there for the long run, that we will actually be able to capture this game. Because we are not seen as that relevant. We are not seen as that trustworthy either, actually. And this is what we need to start dealing with and try to live up to, in my point of view. So can things be done differently? Yes, they can. But unfortunately to me, the obvious reaction to the sad thing that happened in Bamako last week is a call for more security regulations, higher walls, more restrictions, more security guards, more convoys, and unfortunately thereby also as a consequence, much less real contact with the local population that we as the UN has come to serve. If we buy into this, the only thing that this will lead to is more isolation of the UN and even more alienation of the UN from the local community and local population. And the only thing that this will lead to is in the end less security for everybody. To some of you, this may perhaps seem naive, but this is not a call for naivety. There is a clear need for protection and protection strategies. But if UN international community protection in the field becomes the ruling doctrine, well, that's a losing doctrine. We need to find another way of dealing with this. Because turning something like the northern Mali Sahel periphery into a more positive trajectory is all about deliverance. Deliverance of basic public goods such as security, access to water, health, meaningful education, jobs and employment. And if the international community are to deliver on this, it must be much more wholeheartedly present on the ground than what is currently the case. Currently, it's the case that is not taking place. As far as I can see, and maybe some disagree with me, but I think what we're talking about here and in many other places is nominal control, nominal daytime control of major population centers and cities. And that's it, basically. And that is not enough. We need to be present on another way on the ground, and we need to lower the guards towards having interactions with local populations and not the opposite, not the other way around. They need to see us more constantly in the villages, in the shelters, in the places where they actually live and struggle with their livelihood challenges, and not only see us either behind high walls or passing through in convoys at high speed. Because this is the only way that the UN becomes an actor that is just not one actor competing for hegemony, but becomes the most relevant actor for people's daily livelihood struggles. This is the only way that in the long-term perspective we can protect civilians together with civilians. Because we cannot protect civilians if we are not working together with civilians who live in dire circumstances and struggle with very difficult livelihood options. And unfortunately, I don't think we are doing that today. This is the challenge that we need to face up to, in my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Morten. I think we've really had a extremely high level of presentations in this session. Very many thoughtful and difficult questions and problematiques presented to us. So thank you very much to all the speakers. And I think it's interesting, I note this panel is all Norwegian, and our next panel will be our international guests from the African Union, from Brazil, the Force Commander for MONUSCO, and from IPI, a prominent think tank in New York. But it's heartening to me to see this level of reflection and research and analysis coming from our local capacity as well. Okay, floor's open for questions and engagement. We have until more or less 12
after. My point here is that there are important elements of continuity and discontinuity that we need to take on board also when we discuss
to the hostage situation in Bamako.
Before we start this session, ladies and gentlemen, may I ask everyone who is seated in the back to please come forward and fill up the rows up front here as well. So please just move on, come forward. We will not continue until you have moved forward and filled up the seats in front. Please. Thank you so much. Now, this first session after lunch will be the last one conducted in English. However, during the session that is now announced to be held in Norwegian from right about 3 o'clock, Ms. Hilde Frafjord Jonsson will conduct her speech in English, and the rest of the speakers will then be held in Norwegian. No secrets, it's just that it seems to be a tradition from way back, and hopefully and possibly to reach out to a wider Norwegian audience as well. That's probably why we do it this way. Now, changes and challenges in the use of force. We have, during the first 2 sessions, been listening to the overviews. We have been presented background. We have also actually been listening to some of the perspectives from the ground, since what was presented by General Mood was also clear advices from force commanders on how to improve efficiency and effectiveness of UN peace operations forces. Now, during this following session, we will, as Cedric mentioned, have 3 of our foreign visitors on the podium. And talking about peace operations is also definitely talking about Africa. We will turn our attention on African operations. Not that it's possible, it's not impossible to generalize and look at implications on other regions as well, but we know that the majority of the ongoing missions do take place, 9 out of 16 on the African continent. Now, turning to the first speaker, has these days his last days in his position as force commander of the United Nations Organization Stabilization Mission in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He has also previously been force commander in Haiti. And to my knowledge, this is probably the last deployment General Alberto dos Santos Cruz will be doing. He is on his way to New York following the visit here in Oslo. And from then on, I think retirement is waiting. General, we are all ears. Podium is yours.
Okay.
Do you need a hand?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to come here. It's one more time a pleasure to be in Norway. And I will talk about the use of force in United Nations, but with the focus of in Norway, because I see that Norway at this moment has a strong interest in go to peacekeeping. It's very interesting, very important, because you have many examples to give, not only in peacekeeping, but in how we organize the society, the behavior, the political behavior, honesty in administration. You have many examples to give on the ground. And then, it's very difficult to talk on the use of force in one organization not operational. UN is not operational. It was created to be political. The administration is not operational. Strong influence from academicism, from humanitarians, from NGOs, and then many influence in the organization. And then it is very difficult. And then the first thing is the organizations need to decide really if they want to be operational and pay the price to be operational. Because to say they want to be operational, they say, but I don't know if in the moment, I always had support when used the force, but we have many discussions. And one more thing, I will not talk about mandate. The tasks are in the mandate, right? Protection of civilians, but we don't have details about performance. And performance is connected to motivation. You have performance only if you have motivation on the ground. And we need to create seminars like this to discuss motivation in the United Nations, because the quality is connected to that. And then it's very complicated, because we need to harmonize the speech. How I will say, you need to go during the night, ambush these guys because they will attack the village, they will rape the women, ambush them, simulate you are here, don't stay here, go there. Oh, it's not loyal in the United Nations. It's no, you are trying to create an illusion to your opponents, to the enemy, and then UN needs to change the mind. But the speech should. When I say that for them, they need to train for that. The TCC need to accept to take the risks. We are not to go there to many people, they don't want to go there to die for United Nations flag. But we need to accept a level of risk much, much higher. And then, because the expectation for that poor people, I don't know how to change it here, we have all the means, we have helicopters, we have trucks, we have everything, and then we have an over-expectation. The Security Council put in the mandate, protect the civilians. People think that we are going to protect all of them, and even against public security problems. They go and say, oh, a motorcycle, the bus was assaulted. But it's public security, it's not peacekeeping. But the public, they have this over-expectation. And they see UN with all the means, but we don't deliver exactly what they expect. And then they used to stone the vehicles. UN, very angry after Goma was occupied by M23. And then people say, oh, we need a communication strategy. No, we don't need communication strategy. We need to do something. Because the best communication strategy is to do something. Obviously, in some moments, you need to elaborate better. But the best thing is to do something for the people. And then we need to harmonize the speech, operational speech, from New York to the ground. What happened on the ground? On the ground, you have what happened in front of the soldiers. In front of the soldiers, we have rape, killing, assassination, kidnapping of children to be sexual slavers or child soldiers, illegal taxation. That's what happened in front of the soldiers. And we need to interfere. Doesn't matter if the chapter is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Because even here, if you are there and we see something illegal there, we have a condition to interfere and we don't interfere, it's crime. We have the weapon, we have the information, we have all the means. If you don't interfere because of the chapter, it's crime. And then it's one obligation to interfere. It's mandatory to interfere when you have a condition and you see something wrong in front of you. Doesn't matter the analysis. The soldiers, they should not be involved in this consideration because the human being is a specialist to justify not to do. Oh no, because the mandate here, the rules of engagement here, the mandate, blah, blah, blah. And then the soldiers need to go to take action, and then they will protect the civilians. We need to have principles, not study so many legislation, because the principles are much more important than the legislation. What are the means to accomplish the mission? We have troops, we have military engineers, helicopters, UAVs, and the National Army, airplanes. And then we are all the time demanding more and more from peacekeeping. But we need to have much more political results, much more political competence. Because we need to have an environment to the military work. And then the political sector in the mission, when we want much more strong action, we need to have much more political activity, and we don't have this modification in the political picture. One more thing is we should consolidate only with the development. But we don't have one system working very well. For me, it's not a problem. I need to be satisfied with what I did today. If the armed group will go to attack today, I will protect the people today. Even knowing that maybe in the long term things will return. But I need to work for the people today. The partners you are going to find on the ground, the local governments, sometimes they are corrupt, they are governments without structure, but they are the partners we have. And then the standard here, for instance, Norway, an example, governance, administration, public administration, we are not going to find the same level on the ground, but we need to know how to work with them. Sometimes it's difficult, this adaptation. Honestly, I've seen many difficulties for some Western countries to understand the Africans. Very difficult in some moments. The National Security Force, we say, SSR, they need to have a professional army. That's very beautiful in the paper, but professional army with $80, $90 a month, forget. If we help them now, and they behave very well, if they learn to working with us, to respect the population, it's a big thing. And then in the history, they will have a professional army, I don't know when. But now they need to learn with us how to behave, how to respect the population, how to respect the law. Even human rights, it's a big mistake when theoretically protect human rights, we separate from them. Because the best way to supervise them is to be together. And then I have this experience. When you separate, they do much more human rights violation than when they are together with you. I had experience, I worked with them very well, and they never did some mistakes when they were together with us. The NATO standards are not exactly the standards in the United Nations. NATO has one standard, that has one system working very well, training, all the countries train together, many exercises. When we go to the United Nations, it's completely different. I used to say to my officers from United Kingdom, from Canada, I used to say, my friends, you are not in NATO. Ah, but I sent the OFRAG and they didn't execute. But we are not in New York, we are not in NATO, we are not in... And then we need to adapt to work with people with more simple standards. The administration needs to change in UN. If we want one UN operational, we need to change. In the administration, in the budget, we should not put 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 guys on the ground without 1 cent for intelligence. We need to have a specific budget to the intelligence. And then we need to change some rules. Right? For instance, I have the helicopter, I said to the general, I have the helicopter, only military. The first step for me was to say for them, I will not go to follow all the procedures. I will just prepare the manifest and I take off. Because we had to do the MOP, the whole system. We landed and the criminals. Who is the deputy force commander? Who is the force commander? Because in UN you don't have confidentiality in the United Nations. And then, okay, and then just the manifest. But if you have one civilian, and then it's not more military flights. It's civilian flights. You need to do the MOP, and you need to give your gun to the pilots. But I'm going to give my gun to the pilots. Oh, it's international rule. But it's international rule to go from New York to London, not from Bukiring to Kanyabayonga in Congo. And then I use the rifle because they don't have a boxed rifle, just for a pistol, a small box like this. And okay, and then I have the rifle. And then we need to change. The image of the organization is not good. When you do things, when we don't deliver, they stone the vehicles. When we deliver, they applaud. After we defeat M23, close to the volcano, the people applaud the United Nations. And then the people, they know, they have the correct perception. We need to change we need to review the principles of peacekeeping. The first principle is completely not useful. To use the force in self-defense. It's not a principle, it's one natural right, universal natural right here in Brazil, everywhere. And then it's not a principle. The second one, neutrality. Neutrality, when we have a problem between Congo and Rwanda, I don't fly with the UAVs, I stay quiet, I wait for them to solve the problem. But when the village will be attacked, when one criminal like Cheka, responsible for raping 100 people, killed the baby, hitting the baby against the tree, decapitate the guy and put the head on a stick in the village. What neutrality? I go personally, it's a personal case. I'm not neutral. We need to understand when we should be neutral, when we should not be. The same, we need to review the proportionality. Here, when here is Goma, the M23 was very close here, fighting inside the city. And then I said, adjust artillery, 5 rounds to adjust artillery. And then, okay, adjust 50 rounds. When General told me, the proportionality, I said, okay, proportionality, 500 to finish the guys because they were fighting inside the village. And then you need to win the battle very quick, or they will kill more civilians, because they are fighting artillery inside the town. And then we obviously, if they shoot from that window, I will not destroy the building. But when you are in the fighting ambushes like this, the soldiers from Tanzania, they were not overwhelming in the ambush. 13 injured, 2 dead, because they wait too much to start to fight. And then we need to teach the soldiers when they need to be overwhelming, when they need to be proportional. And then technology. In Haiti, the street gangs, we have more technology. We have night vision, we have laser aim, we have snipers. Put the snipers during the night, push the combat during the night, and eliminate them during the night. 50% of the girls were raped before completed 13 years old. You need to finish this guy. And then go with technology, go to during the night, we have more technology to do that. And then mandates, rules of engagement, legislation is not the problem in UN. The problem is the interpretation, and the problem is the will. People, they need to have will to do things, and not to try to find the mandate one way to not take action. And then we have all the technology. These helicopters were responsible for the last battle against the M23. We have technology, they have everything to be precise to attack the armed group. And then, why the troops, sometimes they don't perform? We have many, many problems. But the main problem is will, leadership, and initiative, because the opponent is not so high technology. Here is a typical village. Right? It's a typical village. And here is one armed group. Here, the guys armed. I took this picture with the helicopter very low. And then, when I landed here, the commander, we had one platoon here from UN, said, everything is okay. I said, everything is okay. I said, the guys are here. And then we crossed here, and we faced the guy here, because they don't want problem. Now, we need to have the will to face the problem. And then I said, if you don't disarm me, we are going to kill you all. The guy said for me, but we are not your enemy. I said, and then you disarm. Because it's the language they understand. If I go there with the GDR, with the program, no, it's very quick. Right? After that, second day, 3 days later, you bring DDR, you bring human rights, you bring NGOs, OCHA, everybody here to assist the population. But the first impact, the military should have one very strong image. If you go to peacekeeping, you need to be strong, because you'll be better to the protection of civilians and much safer for you if you are strong. ADF, I would never have one picture like this, because they would put down the helicopter. And then you need to understand some groups are possible to have a different behavior. And then leadership and initiative. We had a case that they are not responsible exactly, but because the massacre involved the FARDC, police, corruption. But the major waiting the colonel waiting the general, and then they killed 39 people in the village. One soldier, one sergeant, one lieutenant needed to take action immediately. Motivation. The people, we are not there to die for United Nations. Right? But we need to use the maximum our resource. It's possible to do much, much, much more. I think it's not, I don't want to show my frustration here, but it's normal. I think it's normal to have 20% of success and 80% of frustration, because we see so many suffering. Huh? And then here, for instance, the problem is water. I have 6 engineer companies, and the companies, they don't have the equipment for drilling water well. And then it's very easy to see what they need. Huh? We need to every day to be revolted against this situation. Obviously it's cultural, but these people, they are raped when they go to get the firewood, when they are walking along the roads. And then we need to take action. We have so many means, so many people, right? These boys, they are Hutus. I took this picture in the camp in Kisangani. They are there in a concentration camp. Because since I was born, if I put women, children, people here, barbed wire and guards around, it's a concentration camp. 1.5 years without legal definition, the problem. 4 days without food. Never received one soccer ball to play. Never received 1 hour of class a day. But what we are doing, doesn't matter if they are the grandchildren or the sons of the genociders in '94. Doesn't matter. They should not pay the price. And what is the humanitarian? In the same way you fight against the criminals, you need to help these kind of people. And then some final observation. I think that Norway in peacekeeping is a great opportunity to start some changes in peacekeeping. You have a financial condition to even to create one better intelligence system around your units. To work with the local security forces, you are going to teach them many procedures. You may push some organizations you support to work more in infrastructure. I say, don't talk about hearts and minds. Work just with the hearts. The minds will come for you naturally. But because these people, they are very sensitive. If they see that you are doing things not with the heart, but with one second intention to get information, blah, 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 they will never, you may spend the money you want, they will never will be at your side. But if you do things with the heart, they will come. Very easy. The use of force is the responsibility of the force commander only. The problem in United Nations is not to have collateral damage. United Nations is like the Africans. In Africa, they like elections. They don't like the results. In Haiti, I had this feeling. In United Nations, they like results. They don't like collateral damage. Right? And then if you have results, okay, they applaud. And then the rules of engagement, international law, it's not a big problem. Don't go beyond the government. We need to, sometimes we have the project to do blah, 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 but the government is not able to sustain this, to maintain the situation. And then we need to work with the government. Don't separate from the government. It's a big disaster if you separate from them. Obviously, you need to have a definition what government you want. Sometimes you don't have a government or you don't know what side you are going to support. And then first you need to have the political definition. understand and respect the context. For instance, one very, very simple example. I see that many, maybe 90% of the discussions about Africa are in Europe. Let's go to Africa. Invite them, go to Africa to discuss there. They will accept much better. We need to be very clear what's possible to do, what's not possible to do with the armed forces, government, etc. And be prepared for frustrations, because we have a contradiction. We don't know, I don't know if the real intention is protection of civilians or the political objectives are much more important than the people. We have situations that to remove someone from power, we have thousands of people dead and displaced people, refugees, because we have one political objective. And then I don't know exactly my perception at this moment. I don't know if we give priority for protection of civilians or politics. And then the refugees from Burundi, the women, the problem of water, and all the people want the same thing. It's the end of the world in Pinga, Clinique de Beauté. And then we see that the people want the same thing all over the world. These are our partners. And when we say that they don't want to fight, during my time there, they lost 2,300, about 2,300 military in the Congolese army. And then they want to fight. Sometimes they don't know how to fight, they don't have discipline, but they go to fight. I like to fight with them. Here, UN, not UN, the international community was not able to know the origin of this howitzer. The M23 received in the last 30 days. They didn't buy in Bunagana this kind of material. It's a big material. You may smuggle some AK-47, but not this kind. It was in the border with Uganda, Rwanda, and Congo, and trucks of ammunition. And we don't know. The leaders, all the people, very, very poor people and young boys died. The M23 against us lost 410 dead. And then, 2 weeks later, I went to Kampala to the peace talks with the political leaders. And then they don't have sanctions. They are there in the hotel until now. They are in the hotel, very free. And we don't know the origin of this kind of material. We are not able to do the origin of the... If you don't know the origin of arms and ammunition in Congo, in the Great Lakes region, we are not going to solve the problem. We need to have much more dedication to the political questions. It's a political question because it's easy to know. Here, AGF. I just took a picture. I didn't close didn't close the door. The ADF put the guys inside this, and you die inside. Or you have a transformation in a very dedicated Muslim after you put you inside this. And then ADF decapitated, killed about 500 in the last year, only with machetes, decapitated children 5 years old, opened the belly of a pregnant woman. These people, I'm going to be proportional. I'm going to react only if they attack us. No, we are going to shoot first. We are going to spend all the grenades we have. And then that's the motivation. UN need to invest much more in motivation. I don't know how, but we need to have seminars like this only for motivation. I think I know the profile of Norway and Norwegian. You are motivated for good feelings, but we need to promote, to motivate much more the troops we have in the United Nations. Thank you very much.
General Cruz, thank you very much for your very personal and candid views. Our next speaker has spent quite some time in a variety of UN missions, among others Burundi, Chad and the Central African Republic, Haiti, and most recently in Mali, MINUSMA, where he supported the 2014-15 Mali peace negotiations as a part of the UN mediation team. Currently, Arthur Boutelier is working as director of the Center for Peace Operations at the IPI, or the International Peace Institute. Arthur, welcome.
Good afternoon. So thank you very much, Peter, for the kind introduction, and thank you for having invited me today here. It is a true honor, and it is an honor to come after the General dos Santos Cruz, who had the pleasure to meet years ago in Haiti when he was leading the anti-gang operations. It's refreshing to hear probably one of the greatest military leaders the UN has had, and a leader who is a no-nonsense leader, we would say, in the US. So thank you very much, General, for your presentation. As Peter, you mentioned in introduction, I had the pleasure to serve with MINUSMA over the last almost 2 years. I came back to IPI this summer and had the pleasure to serve alongside a few Norwegian officers deployed as part of a SIFU. And I will say from the start here that we should not underestimate the force multiplier effect of a few good officers, especially in the UN context, but I'll get back to this. And I'd like to also pay tribute to all the MINUSMA soldiers, now over 50, who've given their lives in Mali over the past year and a half, trying to keep peace. Yesterday we also found out that actually the first UN civilian died in an IED attack. All previous casualties had been military personnel. So let me start by giving you a little bit of background context on Mali and MINUSMA. So it started, the background for the deployment authorization of the mission was a series of crises in 2012, which started with a rebellion in northern Mali that would be quickly overtaken by a jihadi occupation. Compounded with a coup d'etat in Bamako and basically the collapse of the state. So the jihadi occupation and their movement towards the south trigger a French intervention in January 2013, together with an intervention of the African Union, the AU, the AFISMA mission, basically a peace enforcement mission that would then become a bridging mission when UN mission MINUSMA was authorized following the June 2013 Ouagadougou interim agreement. So the Ouagadougou agreement was by no means a final peace agreement, but it was considered by the Security Council as enough of a political process to warrant the authorization of a UN mission, MINUSMA. And MINUSMA took over actually 6,000 troops from the African Union mission that had already been on the ground previous couple months. And the UN was mandated with a number of tasks, of course, as usual, too many tasks, too many competing priorities, but mainly, I mean, the two I'd like to emphasize here were the support to the extension of state authority, basically restoration of Malian state authority over the whole territory, and particularly preventing the return of the Islamists in northern Mali, the jihadist groups. But also the UN was mandated to be an impartial mediator in the peace process that was ongoing. So today, the topic of the conference is the use of force. I think there'd be many ways to approach the experience of the UN in Mali, MINUSMA, but today, for the purpose of our discussion, I'll take a use of force lens to look at the challenges the mission faced on the ground. And if we look at the use of force here, I think our discussion is particularly interesting in the case of Mali for at least two reasons. The first one being the new capabilities that MINUSMA has had, particularly with what we call the return of the Europeans, European troop contributing countries that hadn't been contributing to the UN for a while, namely the Dutch, the Swedes, and a number of others, including Norway as part of the SIFO contribution, which I think brings interesting questions. But the other one is the fact of using force in an asymmetric environment, which is Mali. But first I'll start by giving you actually an example, the main example of the use of force by MINUSMA in Mali, which was in a location called Tabancourt on January 20th of this year. So what happened there? Well, you know, I'm making shortcuts, but Tabancourt was basically, it's a small village, but it's a critical location on the road between Gao at the center of the country, and I apologize, I don't have pictures like the general, but basically for those who know, Mali is basically main road, one of the main access roads towards northern Mali. It's also a main smuggling hub, which different armed groups have been competing over. So what happened there? Well, basically a UN patrol got caught in between fires, two set of armed groups, some more closely affiliated to the government side, some more anti-government, basically fighting each other, and the UN found itself in the middle, and a number of 122 millimeter rockets were falling very close to where the UN unit was stationed in between the belligerents. So what did the UN do? Well, we engaged the political leadership of the armed groups to try to get them to stop firing, right? And then when that didn't work, the Apache helicopters of the Dutch contingents of MINUSMA fired warning shots. And then when that didn't stop the firing, then the Dutch, one of the Dutch Apaches basically fired a $70,000 Hellfire missile on the tube, killing six rebels. Okay, so what do we take away from this? Well, at the tactical level, it made perfect sense, right, for the protection of the contingent, but also because there were partly, some civilians in the village, and all the rules were respected in terms of warning, etc. I think it made eminent sense. Even if we could, have some questions at the strategic level as to whether that UN unit should have been there in the first place, and whether using force against one of the rebel groups that is party to the negotiations could affect the impartiality of the UN, and also because actually that led to retaliation by this armed group who ransacked our airstrip in Kidal and rendered it operational for months. But really, I think the main takeaway is after this credible use of force by the mission, it played actually quite an effective deterrent role. Before that, the armed groups didn't think we were actually going to engage and ever use force. And after that, there were a number of instances where the mere threat of the Apache helicopters basically stopped rebels from advancing on a number of locations, especially location where there were civilians, location like Menaka, but even Timbuktu. There was one instance where there were movements of rebels to the city of Timbuktu, and the threat of force was credible and a credible deterrent. However, this credible force of MINUSMA has not deterred others. And the others are those who basically carry out terrorist attacks, the asymmetric threat. These have not been deterred by the Apaches or any of the other UN capabilities. And the UN faces numerous IED attacks and ambushes, which have led, as I mentioned in introduction, to over 50 deaths by now. Although there's, I think, part of the good story is that the UN has been able to adapt with training and equipment, with support from the US and others, UNMAS. So the UN has actually gotten better at countering the IED threat, or at least limiting the number of casualties from IED attacks. I think the UN has not been able to prevent or to preempt these attacks, unfortunately. Of course, overall, the implementation of the peace agreement and the return of the Malian government to northern Mali and holding its primary responsibility of controlling the state will be key in the long run, but for now, the UN forces have been in the front line, and this is also partly why they take such high casualty. So now trying to broaden a bit the discussions, what are the lessons, what are some of the broader lessons we take away from the use of force by the UN in an asymmetric environment? Well, the high-level panel that was mentioned a few times this morning, the HIPPO, basically says that clarity is needed on the use of force in new operating environments, under what conditions and with what principles. And indeed, the UN is increasingly deployed in areas like Mali, where there's no peace to keep, where it's about managing conflict rather than keeping the peace. And as much, I would suggest, as much as the HIPPO, the panel, concluded that the UN, for a number of reasons, is not suited to undertake counter-terrorist operations, I would remark that it's still up to the Security Council to mandate the UN, and it could mandate the UN for peace enforcement missions, like in the case of Somalia in '93, but more recently the Force Intervention Brigade in the DRC in 2013, which indeed involved proactive and preemptive use of force, both in the context of protection of civilians, but also in the context of protecting the UN itself. So that said, I think the current large static peacekeeping model that the UN is using makes it very vulnerable and largely blind to many of these threats. So this needs to change, and I think that's what General Mood was suggesting this morning. The missions need to be more tailor-made for this kind of context. Of course, we need new capabilities for the UN to be able to operate effectively and safely in this context. I think the new strategic capability cells that was just created in UN headquarters is encouraging in sort of starting maybe a shift in the way we do force generation and hopefully military planning. And hopefully this will also allow to bring much needed enablers like combat engineers, medevac, casevac capabilities on board. But as the earlier panel suggested, there's also a risk that in this context right now, because of the capabilities and the mandate the UN is operating under, that the response would be towards bunkerization, basically closing yourselves off, which in the medium term can be quite counterproductive. I think that's what Morten was suggesting this morning. The other kind of capability that is needed is, of course, intelligence. And in that way, I won't develop too much, but maybe in the Q&A, I think the ASIFU experiment, the all-source information fusion unit that was deployed in Mali, is an interesting experiment, and there would be much to say about the need to maybe tailor it, to integrate it better within the UN mission. However, I think it is a welcome move, and I think it has greatly contributed to also the membership of the UN, so at the political level, accepting a word that was for a long time taboo, intelligence, that intelligence can be useful, especially in the context of force protection. But at the same time, we must also be conscious that when you have toys, when you have this kind of intelligence analysis cells, when you have Apache helicopters, when you have special forces, of course you raise expectations at the same time. You raise expectations of populations, but you also raise expectation of the host government. And it can, in a context where you have a mandate to support the host government, that could put you at odds with the host government, who will likely want you to use your capabilities, your toys, in ways that are not necessarily consistent with UN mandate. There's also, I think, a big question about the proactive use of force in this asymmetric context. As much as this would be needed to prevent probably ID attacks and ambushes, etc., there's a problem of escalation. And there's a problem of softer targets. Not all contingents are as well protected, and what we've seen in Mali is clearly our high capability contingents are not the one targeted by the ambushes. They tend to target the contingents that might have less capability to respond effectively. Also, what we've seen is also a targeting of our logistic convoys and other things rather than our military. Okay, so now in moving to the conclusion, and I think I will bring a point that was already made, I think, quite forcefully this morning, but I think it's important to make it again, is I think in this asymmetric environment, as in any environment, the use of force should always be in support of political strategy. And I would warrant that focus on capabilities is important, but should not distract us from the fact that the UN is still very much a political organization, as the General was mentioning. And I think in the HIPPO, there's a sentence that goes, political solutions, not military force, are the true force multiplier. And I think there's a lot in there. This is, of course, partially because the UN, should not be neutral, indeed, but should remain impartial in order to be able to carry out its political work. And as much as, actually, but that said, tactical use of force can be useful, I think, as I suggested by my example, in support of political strategy. And it is essential for deterring or responding to spoilers to the political process. And of course, when there's an imminent threat to civilians, use of force is not only justified, but also needed. So now let me conclude. I feel, the fact that I'm probably the only one today who came directly from New York. I feel I have also to say a word on the politics of the use of force. And last Friday, there was a discussion in the Security Council, the first discussion actually on the HIPPO, on the high-level panel of peace operation, since it was released, and on the SG report, the future of peace operation that followed to the HIPPO. And unfortunately, what we saw is that there's still much member state differences on some of these issues, and particularly over the flexible interpretation of peacekeeping principles, namely the consent of the parties, impartiality, and the non-use of force except in self-defense or in defense of the mandate. I think one of the important recommendations of the HIPPO was that the principles indeed should never be used as an excuse to failure to protect civilians or to protect the UN proactively, and I speak under the control of Hilde, of course, here, who is a member of the HIPPO. And what the HIPPO said also is that the experience in more volatile settings understand asymmetric environment calls for a flexible and progressive interpretation of these principles. However, I think not every member state is yet on board with this. I think we see some positive movement, but we also have to always remember when it's about the UN that there's a membership and that it often takes time for this kind of ideas to make their way in the end. So thank you very much. I look forward to the conversation. Thanks.
Arthur, thank you very much for also tying in a little bit of the overarching principles and political thinking into the context of what's happening on the ground as well. And I think it's worthwhile remembering what has been discussed earlier today as well, when we now move on looking at use of force from the ground perspective. Use of force not necessarily as a question of more or less force, but also in the wider context, the utility, how to utilize the assets that we do have, how to make better use of what is at the hands of the commanders and among the military components. Now, from Arthur Boutelles, we will move forward. We will have another speaker from the African Union Commission. He is working in the African Union's Commission Peace Operations Support Division. I have picked up that this is also referred to as the African Standby Force Continental Planning Element, isn't that so? Yeah. So now listening to Dr. GDM Okeke, and we will also now have the use of force perspective, but from the AU, African Union point of view. Please.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting me. Of course, I speak in a personal capacity, and whatever the arguments I'll be making today, it does not necessarily reflect those of the African Union Commission. It's good to be here. I missed last year's military power seminar, and so I'm very pleased to be here. Given that this session is the last of this panel's discussion, and also given that we've just been back from lunch and it's very cold, I would start with my conclusions. I have two conclusions to make, after which we can stop listening to me. The first is that it resonates with what has been said throughout the discussions today, which is that without a realistic, and I underscore the point, realistic political strategy by armed non-state actors, it will be very difficult to discount the use of force in peace support operations. We're dealing with non-state actors like Boko Haram, Al-Shabaab, the MNLA, and all of these groups do aspire to attain political representation, but oftentimes they are very unrealistic. You cannot reconcile their very unrealistic tendencies and ambitions with a desire to have a political settlement. So I would like to make that point once again, that without a realistic political strategy, the use of force would remain very useful in the theater of operation. And I think it resonates to what General Santos mentioned. The second conclusion, which I would want to emphasize, is that increasingly, the African Union is widely recognized as an important actor, especially on the continent, when it comes to the use of force within the context of peace support operations. And I think since we're in Oslo, I would want to recognize the a partnership that is emerging between the government of Norway and the African Union Commission, which has been crystallized recently with the signing of a memorandum of understanding. And I think this is just one evidence out of several of the increasing importance and recognition of the African Union in the area of peace and security on the continent. Now I move to the boring stuff. I would want to frame my discussion in three main areas, and I would want to answer three questions. The first is that, is the use of force permissible in AU peace support operations, and why? I think I've already answered that question, but I will want to elaborate further. The second question, which I would seek to answer in a short while, is what are the pattern and challenges in the use of force in AU peace support operations? And finally, how do I see the future of the use of force within the context of AU peace support operations? Of course, the use of force is permissible, and the reason for that, the rationale for that, is based on the history of security challenges on the continent, which of course informed the establishment of the African Union in the first place. We saw in 1994 the genocide in Rwanda, and of course the prevalence of intrastate conflict, which necessitated, of course, internal or intrastate peacekeeping. And as a result, the African Union set out very clear and robust mechanisms within both our legal framework, but also in terms of our institutions, as encapsulated in the African Peace and Security Architecture, on how we should respond more robustly to peace support operations. And why do we do this? I think there are 3 points that can be identified. We want to prevent any future Rwanda. That is, we want to prevent any future large-scale mass atrocities. Also, in all the discourse around the rationale for cohesive, or in a sense, robust intervention, one of the rationale for African member states for putting in place all of these institutions is to prevent external-driven or external-led peace support operations on the African continent. And this is one of the reasons, again, why the African capacity for the immediate response to crisis was established in 2014 and 2013 following a summit decision. And all of this is to try and actualize the whole mantra of African solutions to African problems. Of course, as currently constituted, we are still very much dependent on external resources. Let me move to the second question on what is the pattern and the challenges confronting the use of force in African peace support operations. I think in terms of pattern, we see two levels. The first is that there is a clear political acceptance on the use of force, in peace support operations. The Peace and Security Council is the primary decision-making organ of the African Union when it comes to issues of preventing and managing crisis situation on the continent. And what we have seen so far is that they have clearly put in place mandates, or they've clearly adopted mandates since 2003, authorizing the use of force in peace support operations, right from Burundi in 2003. I think, in a sense, this is a customary practice that demonstrates the fact that the AU is politically more willing to use force to prevent or respond adequately to crisis. Statistically, what do we see? Since 2003, the AU has authorized the deployment of more than 80,000 uniformed personnel, and of course, at about 500 civilians in various conflict theaters, from Comoros to Somalia, to Mali, to Central African Republic, and of course, in the recently authorized mission establishing the multinational joint task force against Boko Haram in northeastern part of Nigeria. At an operational level, unlike the UN, what we are seeing is an inverse interpretation of UN principles within the context of AU support, peace support operations. By which I mean, and I want to take sides practically with what General Santos mentioned, that the AU takes sides So we are very partial. We use force. We are non-neutral in various theaters of operation. And when necessary, we really do not have to seek the consent of the target state before we deploy. This very much contradicts the principles and doctrine governing conventional peacekeeping. And I would submit that it is far more relevant that we are guided by these principles as far as contemporary security challenges are concerned on the continent. But still, we have some challenges, and I would just highlight 3. The first is that, given the high-intensity nature of our operations, it is very difficult to generate forces. Force generation is a challenge, and even when we do, we generate forces from neighboring countries. And that in itself poses certain problems in regards to adherence to the command and control architecture of most of our missions. Also, we've been talking about enablers. There are also challenges when it comes to actual deployment in the generation of enablers and force multipliers. And in this regard, we are talking about enablers such as helicopters, including combat helicopters, deployment of training and signal units on the ground. That has proved to be quite difficult in some of our operations. Also, it has been clearly established that the African Union is seen, and I think the Hippo report also talked about the African Union as a first responder. It is true that the African Union is able to deploy rapidly, but the question about sustaining such deployment has posed several challenges, and that is why we are forging partnerships with the UN. And finally, like in large-scale missions that we normally operate on, there are issues of accountability that we have to confront. And that is why it is important for us to continuously focus on the training and, of course, welfare of our troops, what General Santos called motivation. How do I see the future of peace support operations? The first is that partnership peacekeeping would continue to be a reality. It is something that we must do because the UN, as currently configured, may not be best suited to do combat operations on the African continent. And that is why it is very important for us to begin to think about leveraging the capacities of the African Union when it comes to combat operations. I'll give you some examples. In the case of UNSO, of course, what we now call the UN Support Office in Somalia, we have realized that by providing logistical support to the African Union, our troops in Somalia, we are beginning to see partnership peacekeeping being realized. However, there are certain limitations confronting how the UN supports offensive operation. The UN is not able to do frontline support. Okay, so when it comes to what they call the last mile, and I think our military colleagues would know what I'm talking about, the last mile support, it is extremely difficult for UN to provide support, to the frontline troops. So that is where we need multiple bilateral partnerships. And I know a number of countries are able to provide that kind of support to the African Union. Of course, currently, we have a number of support through intelligence sharing with some of our bilateral partners. And of course, we have the UK that already has troops in Somalia, but are providing us with additional troops within the force headquarters. The second trend that we most likely will continue to see is that there would be an interlocking objective between the political and the military strategy. Okay? They are not separate. And sometimes, unlike peacekeeping, which we find that they are very graduated in their approach, you go with the peace agreements and then we deploy peacekeeping mission. All of these have to happen simultaneously. It is very difficult to delink the political process from the military strategy on the ground. That is what we are seeing in Mali, that is what we are seeing in Somalia, and potentially that is what we are likely to see in the fight against Boko Haram in the northeastern part of Nigeria. Recently, we concluded the very first field training exercise, the Amani Africa 2. And in our initial findings conducting that exercise, it was the first time ever that the African Union would test 3 levels of command: the strategic, operational, and the tactical. And what we realized from testing these 3 levels of command is that the African Union is able to deploy, but we may not necessarily be able to sustain most of our operations on our own. And again, I'm reinforcing the point that partnership peacekeeping would continue to be useful. Lastly, I would want us to think innovatively. The multinational joint task force arrangement provides a new model to AU peacekeeping operations. Why do I say this? Increasingly, as states become, partners especially experience fatigue in the continuous support of our operations. In some contexts, like that of the threats posed by Boko Haram to Nigeria and neighboring states, you have one capable state surrounded by some other states that also have the capacity. Okay, in which case, these states have formed bilateral partnership. Bilateral partnership that does not command or necessarily bring obligatory funding. Could we begin to see a model, given the threats that we face with terrorism in Africa, where states forge this bilateral cooperation with non-obligatory support from partners? This is more of a question, but I think the multinational joint task force against Boko Haram presents a model that requires further inquiry. Thank you very much.
If you can just have a seat back here. Gita, thank you so much for bringing some additional perspectives into the discussions on how to make peace operations more effective, and perhaps also into the big question on how small countries like we have been discussing earlier today, Norway, can contribute to peace operations, not only by looking at traditional contributions, but also by doing what our Minister of Defense called smart peacekeeping. Let me remind you that the streaming of the session is not conducted during the Q&A, so please feel free, do not
i meg mane. Men du nå da faktisk stabssjef i UNMIS i Sør-Sudan. Og du stiller her i sivilt, skjønte jeg, fordi at du fløy direkte opp hit fra Juba, ikke innom Bardufoss for å hente finuniformen. Fersk erfaring. Så har vi Per Martin Norve Martinsen ved siden av der. Han jobber med omstillingsprogrammet på Institutt for forsvarsstudier, og har en master og PhD fra Cambridge fra tidligere. Har skrevet mye som går på utvikling av forsvarsstruktur, knytningen mellom utviklingen av forsvarsstrukturen på den ene siden, og det som da norsk forsvarspolitikk på den andre siden. Så jeg tenker litt sånn at vi har litt forventninger hva Norge skal bidra med her, bortest her, og så i midten så har vi ferske erfaringer fra hva vi faktisk holder på med, FN også holder på med per nå i Sør-Sudan, og så har vi analytikeren lengst bort der, som kanskje kan si noe om mulighetene og begrensningene i den forsvarsstrukturen vi har, og ikke minst kanskje med den forsvarsstrukturen vi kanskje kommer til å få når nå det fagmilitære rådet og andre utredninger ender opp i en langtidsproposisjon for Forsvaret etter hvert. Så med det gir jeg ordet til Hilde Johnsen.
For the benefit of the English speakers, I will speak in English. I think there are still 2 or 3 in the audience. General, I see you are there. There's 1 or 2 behind. So if that's okay to the Norwegian speakers, I will do that. I'll start as our African Union colleague did with 2 points. And since you have an impressive, I would say, meeting cardio. You know what meeting cardio is? Møtekondis. Meaning that you have managed to sit and listen and participate for the whole day. So I wanted to be very impressed and thank you for that, since we are at the last session, but also to wake you up a bit. So I'll wake you up with 2 conclusions and then try to substantiate what I'm going to say. The first conclusion is Norway will not be a credible actor in the United Nations on peace and security without contributing more to UN peacekeeping operations. That's conclusion number 1. Conclusion number 2 is participation in UN peace operations by the Norwegian defense is going to benefit Norway in the new threat environment. So it's not only for the common good, but it's also for the home base that this is important. So those are my 2 points. And I'll try to be very quick in substantiating them. Since I've woken you up, I will keep you awake, and then I'll leave the floor to my 2 colleagues. First, Hippo, the high-level panel. If you don't know this from before, Hippo is the most dangerous animal in the world. In fact, it kills most civilians. So why the high-level panel's report was called Hippo is not for that reason, but for reasons related to the capital letters of our appointment terms of reference. What and why did we do? What did we do and why did we do this? Earlier today you've heard it, and I'll just briefly say, record number of peacekeepers in the world, record number of peace operations, record number of complex and difficult environments where we have challenges in delivering. I'm saying we still, the United Nations. And also a threat environment which implies that the UN is much more targeted than before. There is a volatility in the environment that we've not seen earlier. And the UN is therefore overstretched and faces difficulties in more and more countries to deliver on its mandate. So we were established as a panel because the UN acknowledged we need change. Something has to happen. Status quo is no longer an option. At the time of the delivery, which was June, we also saw a preparedness for the fall, which is now happening in terms of working on the recommendations of the panel, but we also saw the big event of the peacekeeping summit hosted by Obama, and we've heard about this before, the American president. A record number of heads of state were present, 50, and a record commitment level was coming. So in a way, UN peace operations is at a crossroads. The crossroads is we need change. We are seeing change proposals and recommendations of change coming forward, and we're seeing significant numbers of contributions. This moment has to be optimized and utilized by all member states to deliver something else and better for UN peace operations. So it's a unique opportunity, and I hope it will be used. These are our most important recommendations. The first and most important thing is we need sequenced and prioritized mandates. We proposed a two-stage mandating process. Why? Because what we heard today from Kjekshus and Beagle, what we are seeing is that the planning process of peace operations do not, they say they do, but they do not, take account of the conflict dynamics, the types of perpetrators, the types of threats, in-depth studies of both needs as well as threat assessments. And they do not take due account of infrastructural conditions, climatic conditions, topographic conditions. So what you very often do get is a peace operation that is not fit for purpose. It's a mismatch with resources and structure. It's also static, so the deployment is made before, and when you have laid a deployment like this, the force laydown, it cannot change. Why? Because the way the structure is, you have troop contributing countries which have static forces that are having bases that are hard wall and that have to be in one place. So this means that a mismatch from the very beginning becomes a misfit for the continuation of the mission. This happens in far too many cases. So what the panel said, and we wrote this, so this is not new, it's a damning report, sorry for the language, on a number of fronts related to UN peace operations. This is something that has to change. So we are proposing a full change of the mandating process, where all these elements have to be in place before a mission is sent out with its structure. It has to be also planned from the field. So it's not only based on reports that are coming, but it's actually field-based, and the leadership team needs to sit in the field and do the planning with the experts on the ground. Now, in some cases, you won't have enough time to do this, so that's why we also asked that the UN works with the African Union and others that can be first responders, so that they can do the tough front-end job, which normally isn't something that the UN does anyway very well. Then the planning can go forward in parallel, and we end up with a structure that is a fit, not a misfit, for the mandate. This is absolutely critical, because today there's a blueprint that is put on all missions, and all mandates look very similar, and the planning process on the military side is really weak and poor. So we said this has to change totally. We also said very explicitly that the market should not decide what mandates look like. What does that mean? It means that those who pay the bills are not the ones that should decide what should be deployed to a mission. Because if that is the case, you won't get a mission that is structured and tailored to the situation on the ground. You'll get a misfit. Then we said, if that's the case, they have to go back to the Security Council and say, you know, change the mandate. Because there's no point in sending troops or giving them a Chapter 7 mandate if they cannot deliver, because they don't want to put the resources on the table. So, number one, very important point. I pushed this very hard. Why? Because I was in South Sudan, and the South Sudan mission, those who were planning it, were here earlier today, but they're not here today. No, not here now. So I can say it was a total misfit and a total mismatch between mandate and resources. It's a bit better now where Rune now is sitting, but it's still very hard. But we had 1 soldier per 100 kilometer. You know, and we were facing columns of 8,000 armed youth with RPGs in uniform, marching against civilians, ready to kill them. So what does 150 a company do? Or if you want to deploy, and I won't give you all the horror stories, but I can do that if people want them afterwards. But to be able to deploy, you need to have mobility. Infrastructure isn't there. You need to be able to have early warning early enough to be able to deploy on time. We would use 72 hours normally to be able to deploy into a location. Our worst case scenario to deploy, if we knew there were 8,000 military or armed youth marching in front of and trying to kill civilians, we had 7 days. We needed 7 days to be able to get the troops on ground, and the maximum we could get was 700. So 700 against 8,000, and 7 days. So you needed as a needle in a haystack to know exactly where those 8,000 youths would attack. Are you getting me? Is it clear? Yeah. So impossible, right? At the same time, no peacekeeping operation can have a blanket protection of civilians mandate. And this also the panel is very clear about. So this is my second point. We are very, very tough on protection of civilians. It has to be robust, proactive, and deliver. And we cannot have a situation where the UN watches while civilians are killed. So the panel is very clear on this and is really, really solid on its protection of civilians recommendations. What does it mean? For a mission to deliver on a protection of civilians mandate, you need 3 things. Because protection of civilians starts at home. At home in New York, meaning the planning process has to be right. So you need to have the capabilities needed, you need to have the resources needed, and you need to have the mobility assets needed to be able to deliver. If you don't have the 3, how much will you have, as our general has reminded us today, doesn't help. Because if you have a lot of will but you can't get there, it won't help, right? But if you have those resources and you don't have the will, then you won't deliver either. So it starts at home in New York in the planning process. Number 2, protection of civilians starts at home in the troop contributing countries. Because if they are consulted about the mandate, if they are involved in the mandating process, they will own the mandate and they will know what it means and they will be more willing to deliver. If they are put into a situation they haven't prepared for, they will say no, and then you get national caveats. So that's also why the mandating process is so important, and that's why we said it has to be consultations ahead of time with the troop contributing countries. So it starts at home, also with the TCCs. It also starts with them preparing properly for their deployment, so that they can be more interoperable with other forces, so that they can be able to deliver to very atypical, strange threat situations that they never have heard about before. Because, mind you, a protection of civilians operation military-wise is totally different from a protection of civilians, from a classical military conventional force operation. Totally different. It's much more like, form police units, meaning police units doing crowd control. African POC operations are much more similar to that than to a military, kind of the training that military have at least in Western countries, which is much more about territorial control, not about protecting moving civilians. If you're protecting moving civilians, you have to do it totally differently. So they have to be trained for that. So protection of civilians starts at home in the TCCs, in the troop contributing countries. Number 3, protection of civilians starts at home in the country itself, at home with the authorities, and I can hold a whole new statement about that, and I won't do that today, but also at home with the mission. The mission is critical. Now, if the mission has all these assets, then it is about how the mission can deliver on its mandate. Then it is about willingness to take risk, it's about command and control, and it's about assets that can be under the force commander's control. So that's also why, and I'll stop very quickly, that's also why we recommended that the force commanders control the aviation assets. The military in this room will understand. For the civilians, I can say, the reason basically is that if they don't, they will have to go through the bureaucracy of mission support, which is the logistics division in every mission. There, it will take an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours a day or 2 before they are permitted to use a military helicopter. Now, what does that mean? It means that There are delays that basically they will not be able to move forces, equipment quickly enough to respond. So this is absolutely fundamental. So for them to be able to deliver on the mandate, they need to control the assets. We also propose that we review the policy on green-blue logistics in the UN so that some troops can be able to bring in their own logistics. That will also enable troops to go more quickly into situations and take more risk. Then, thirdly, early warning, early enough. If you don't know what's going to happen, you will not be able to protect. If you don't have the information early enough, you will fail. Even then, all the assets will sit in headquarters or wherever they are deployed, and you won't move. So the issue of information sharing, analysis is absolutely fundamental, and use of new technologies. Now, for these three things to happen, and now I'm getting to the substantiation of my initial conclusions, we need willing countries that are willing to come forward, to commit at home, to contribute, but also to make sure that those assets are on the table and delivered upon, whether they are for early warning, or they are for capabilities to deliver, or they are mobility assets to make sure the troops move on time. So when I get to this point, it is related to the fact that far too many missions are under-resourced. I mean, our general here, Santa Cruz, is very fortunate, despite his challenges. This is a very well-resourced mission. We were in a very poorly resourced mission. It has improved a bit, but it was virtually impossible to deliver on the mandate, and I told the Security Council, I cannot protect civilians. Repeatedly. I am stuck in the mud. Our helicopters are stuck in the mud. They cannot move. Why? Because we didn't have riverine units. We didn't have all-terrain vehicles in Norwegian beltevogner. We did not have the ability to move in the mud, the swamps, and the difficult terrain of South Sudan, which is without roads. Now, why didn't we have that? Because they told us that no TCCs will deliver it, and by the way, it's too expensive, so we won't see some Security Council members be willing to put up the necessary resources for that to happen. Well, why are we then given this mandate? What does this mean for Norway? And then to my two final points. For Norway, it means that if we want the UN to deliver on protection of civilians, which is our most important political commitment in relation to all peace and security operations worldwide. This is the point Norway pushes all the time. We need to be enablers of the United Nations to deliver on the mandate. Otherwise, we are not credible at all. In Norwegian, we call this dobbeltmoral. Now, UN operations need to be able to get these resources, not only in the current equation, which is that poor troop-contributing countries come with poor equipment that are not fit for purpose and soldiers, whilst rich countries are paying for them. In Norwegian, this is called kanonføde. This is not good, and it is not credible. We have to be willing to put our own guys on the line and to put our own resources in the line. This does not mean that it has to be infantry battalions in multiple countries. It can mean what the defense minister earlier today said, smart peacekeeping, but let me just say what I think Norway should consider, because it needs to be more than today. Analysis and intelligence units. We already heard the minister talk about it. Engineering IED expertise and units, engineering companies, we have heard her talk about that, but I would like to add a few more things. MOT teams, you have done that in several other countries. Riverine units, a desperate need in South Sudan, but also in other countries, in the Congo, I'm sure. Special all-terrain vehicles, also beltevogner. Instead, we were calling for them, but they went to Sudan, to our neighboring country, but through a commercial sale. So they did not come to the United Nations where we desperately needed them to protect civilians, but they went straight to Khartoum. And I think somebody in the defense leadership are defending this in Parliament today. I will be curious to hear what they said. I have had the pleasure of commenting on that in several media, and I will continue to do so. This is poor planning and poor, it's not supporting the UN at least. And what about special forces? Because if we are moving from static to mobile, we need to have quick reaction forces with special capabilities. When we heard earlier today, we can't talk about scale in the way we do in classic conventional military thinking, then we need to think about contributing others that can operate in these very difficult environments. And when I'm saying this is because your special forces and Norwegian special forces have been used in Afghanistan and elsewhere. The UN can provide very good training grounds for these types of operations in many other countries. So it's beneficial to Norway and to Norwegian competence and keeping people, soldiers, fit for fight for the future. So it's not only about being empathetic and nice, it's also about what's in it for me. So then let me end by saying that without these types of contributions, we will not see the UN under the current threat environment succeed. It's not going to be possible. With the classical troop-contributing countries only in the field, without additional capabilities, we will not be able to deliver. This means that the UN is likely, in these large countries, in these environments, to fail. If Norway wants to stand up to a UN that succeeds, we need to help the UN succeed with helping them. Now, the good thing with doing that, and this is my very last point, is actually that this will also help Norway. How? Because the threat environment that the UN is faced with is the threat environment that Norway is now faced with. The terrorist threat that is in Syria is coming home to us. We are seeing that in other countries. Now, if we are effective in helping, we will also strengthen the credibility of the United Nations, and they will be better in handling these threats. After all, we know that it is the United Nations and its political process that in the end will have to be the one that provides peace in these environments too. NATO will not and cannot. Bilateral countries are not likely to. An impartial and strong UN will be able to if we help the UN become stronger, better, and more legitimate. So in the end, we are serving the global interest as well as ourselves. So let me just end there. That's why I think Norway should be much tougher, much stronger, but it's very good what Ine Marie Eriksen, the defense minister, said today. A big step in the right direction. You help her make the next one. Thank you.
Når jeg hører du kommentere Sør-Sudan, så skulle du nesten tro at du forlot UNMIS forrige uke. For forandringene har ikke vært store siden du dro, dessverre. Jeg bruker å gjøre en sammenligning mellom operasjonen i Sør-Sudan og den jeg fikk være med på i Kosovo i 1999. Da NATO intervenerte uten et FN-mandat, startet en luftkampanje mot Milosevic bakkestyrker på grunn av en humanitær katastrofe. FN-mandatet kom, og NATO stablet på beina en styrke på noen og 60 000 soldater i et land som 60 ganger mindre enn Sør-Sudan. I Sør-Sudan har vi en stor humanitær katastrofe i dag. Kosovo-krisa der var det en mikroskopisk humanitær katastrofe. Det et tankekors, men dette også Afrika. Og vi har da 11 600 soldater på bakken i UNMIS i dag. Først en liten historietime. Sør-Sudan fikk sin uavhengighet fra Sudan i 2011 etter en langvarig intern militær konflikt, men som endte med en politisk løsning. UNMIS etablerte seg samme år, UNMIS med 2 S-er. FN var jo på plass i Sudan med UNMIS med 1 S før det. Og oppdraget til UNMIS var kapasitetsbygging, støtte, etablering av flere statsfunksjoner. Intern strid i regjeringen førte landet ut til en intern væpnet konflikt igjen i desember 2013. Og konflikten pågår fortsatt, til tross for at partene sent i august i år signerte en fredsavtale og en våpenhvileavtale. Konflikten mellom opposisjonsstyrkene og regjeringsstyrkene, altså SPLA, har rammet sivilbefolkningen svært hardt. Og spesielt siden april i år så har regjeringsstyrkene støttet av militsgrupper gjennomført angrep som har rammet sivilbefolkningen nord i landet svært hardt. Vi har vært vitne til særdeles grove overgrep og brudd på menneskerettighetene. I konflikten så ser vi altså masse voldtekter av kvinner og jenter. Vi har hørt tidligere at eksempler på gravide kvinner som får magen sprettet opp og fosteret tatt ut. Det skjer også der. Kvinner får sine bryst skåret av. Guttebarn i 5-årsalderen blir kastrert. De blir kastet inn i brennende tukkula. De brenner landsbyene, brenner avlinger, stjeler kveget og fjerner egentlig livsgrunnlaget for at spesielt nuer-befolkningen skal kunne fortsatt leve i disse områdene. Og denne situasjonen har da skapt forferdelig mange internt fordrevne flyktninger. Derfor så ble UNMIS sin mandat etter krisen i desember 2013 endret dramatisk fra å drive med kapasitetsbygging til nå å ha hovedfokus på protection of civilians. Og vi beskytter internt fordrevne flyktninger som søkte tilflukt i UNMIS sine leirer i desember 2013. Og på grunn av den stadig økende konflikten siden i april i år, så har antallet internt fordrevne økt til, det har vært over 200 000, men i dag så er det ca. 200 000 som søker tilflukt i det vi kaller POC-leirer, altså Protection of Civilians-leirer, der UNMIS gir fysisk beskyttelse. Men antallet internt fordrevne i Sør-Sudan er jo langt, langt høyere. Og i mange områder så er faren for hungersnød og sultkatastrofe definitivt til stede på grunn av konflikten. Sikkerhetsrådet og FN-hovedkvarteret har skyhøye forventninger til oss som styrke til at vi skal kunne beskytte befolkningen, spesielt utenfor POC-leirene. Det å projisere POC til områder hvor konflikten pågår. Vi er gitt et kapittel 7-mandat, og vi er gitt svært robuste rules of engagement. Så i utgangspunktet så skulle en tro at UNMIS kunne bruke væpnet makt for å beskytte sivilbefolkningen. Men sannheten er jo at styrken på bakken har brukt svært få, eller lite ammunisjon for å beskytte sivile så langt. Og hvorfor? Og det er mange grunner til det. Hilde var inne på flere av de, sånn logistiske utfordringer og så videre. Og jeg skal ikke komme inn på alle de årsakene. Men det er åpenbart at en del av sjefene på bakken og ledelsen i UNMIS tenker på de vidtrekkende konsekvensene av å komme i strid med regjeringsstyrkene. Lokalt sett så kan nok UNMIS være robust nok til å vinne trefningen der og da. Men mens regjeringsstyrkene kan samle tropper og eskalere, så har vi ikke mulighet til det. Regjeringsstyrkene, og for så vidt opposisjonsstyrkene også, kan introdusere støttevåpen som stridsvogner, artilleri, kamphelikoptre, og mens vi har egentlig det vi har i bataljonene, og det stanser med 30 mm kanon på kampkjøretøy, bombekaster og RPG-lignende våpen. Det også ikke tilgang til joint fires som kan støtte avdelingene i en slik stridssituasjon som vi opplevde nesten hver gang vi var i trefninger i Afghanistan. Vi har altså ikke tilgang på kamphelikoptre, jagerfly, stridsvogner, artilleri eller UAV-er, som flere av tidligere foredragsholderne har nevnt. Og det har jo vært forsøkt å introdusere UAV-er og kamphelikoptre i UNMIS. Men det har strandet, fordi at regjeringen ikke aksepterer dette her. Vi er altså avhengig av samtykke for å få tilgang på slike kapasiteter, og regjeringen vil jo ikke at vi skal kikke dem i kortene. De ønsker jo ikke at vi skal fly over områder der regjeringsstyrker angriper og lar det gå ut over sivilbefolkningen. Derfor så er det jo med den sammenligningen jeg bruker å gjøre med konflikten i Kosovo, der NATO gikk til et luftangrep uten et FN-mandat, uten noe samtykke, så er det et ganske merkverdig at verdenssamfunnet mener at man er avhengig av et samtykke fra en regjering som er en del av et problem, og som behandler sin befolkning slik som de gjør. Og så merker jeg også, når jeg sitter som stabssjef, at det er åpenbart at det er TCC-er eller avdelinger som har klare føringer fra sine egne hovedsteder om ikke å engasjere seg i strid. Det er helst avdelinger som har vært der lenge, og som kanskje kom dit i 2005, skal ikke nevne navn, men som ikke har evnet å skjønne det at misjonen har endret karakter, og at det er helt andre forventninger til den effekten vi skal produsere på bakken i dag. Under operasjonene i Afghanistan, jeg var også QRF-sjef i Mazar-e-Sharif i 2007 og 2008, så etablerte vi etter hvert en svært robust sanitetsevakueringskjede. Det var nok noe ruskete i starten i Mazar, der vi var avhengig av tyske transporthelikoptre for evakuering, for de var ikke alltid at de fløy. Men etter hvert så fikk vi jo etablert det norske helikopterbidraget i Maimane, og fikk på plass en kirurgisk enhet også, som gjorde at vi alltid, når vi opererte, i hvert fall i Farah-provins, var sikre på at vi kunne evakuere soldatene våre tilbake til en kirurgisk enhet i løpet av svært kort tid. FN har ikke det samme kravet til evakueringstid. Hilde og flere andre har vært inne på at vi har få ressurser, vi har få helikoptre, og en overvekt av de helikoptrene vi har er sivile, kontrakterte helikoptre med svært store krav til sikkerhet når de skal fly. Og ja, UNMIS har fått skutt ned 2 helikoptre siden 2011. Og derfor har vi introdusert, eller FN har pålagt oss å introdusere noe som heter Flight Safety Assurance. Det betyr at skal du fly inn i et område der det er enten regjeringsstyrker eller opposisjonsstyrker, eller begge, så er vi avhengig av en forsikring fra de om at de vet at vi kommer, og at de ikke vil skyte oss ned. Og det er klart at hvis de ikke ønsker at vi skal inn i et område, så gir de oss ikke den forsikringen. Og da er det ingen av disse helikoptrene som flyr. Og det er heller ingen nattkapasitet på disse helikoptrene. Og general Cruz var inne på MOP, Movement of Personnel. Det er en sånn intern regel som er basert på kapittel 6-operasjoner, som jeg vil si. Det er også regelverk som er laget der du har tid til å gjøre alle disse byråkratiske tingene for å ha kontroll på folk og sånn. Det er også regler som ikke er tilpasset kapittel 7-operasjoner, etter mitt syn. Jeg kjørte en tabletop-øvelse rett etter at jeg startet jobben, og har hatt flere runder med mission leadership i forhold til dette her med evakuering, casualty evacuation. Og det jeg ser er at hvis du er på feil sted, til feil tid, og blir alvorlig såret i strid, så er det ikke sikkert at du blir evakuert i løpet av de første 24 timene. Det kan hende at det går 2 døgn også før du blir evakuert. Og FN-soldatene skjønner dette her. Og det virker ikke særlig motiverende på dem når de vet at de kanskje må offre livet i Afrika på grunn av at FN ikke har et bedre system på plass for å få frakta dem ut og til behandling på et sykehus raskt nok. Og det er flere vestlige nasjoner som nå har trukket ut sine liaison-offiserer fra de røde statene, som vi kaller, der hvor stridighetene pågår. Og jeg vet også at Nederland nå har besluttet å trekke ut sitt politibidrag på grunn av dette her, og de vurderer sterkt å trekke ut også sine MLO-er, altså militære liaison-offiserer, ut fra misjon. Disse stivbeinte byråkratiske reglene gjør at det er en utfordring å gjennomføre dynamiske operasjoner, som Hilde var inne på. Det er også ikke mulig å flytte avdelinger raskt nok. Og som hun også var inne på, så mangler jo Sør-Sudan veier, og i store deler av året så er vi altså avhengig av helikopter for å forflytte oss. I juni, på grunn av en krise i et område, så valgte vi også å sette inn ett kompani fra Force Reserve Battalion. Vi skulle flytte fra Juba i sør til Malakal i nord. Det tok 1 uke å flytte dette kompaniet. Og dette er altså reservebataljon til UNMIS. Nå har vi internt i styrken gjort noen håndgrep som gjør at vi får redusert denne tiden noe. Vi har forhåndsutplassert ammunisjon blant annet til de lokasjonene der vi tror at reservestyrken kan bli brukt. Men likevel så er det fortsatt stivbent og byråkratisk som gjør at vi ikke får flyttet styrker raskt nok. Og det hjelper heller ikke at i de siste resolusjonene fra Sikkerhetsrådet så er det en paragraf som går igjen. Og der står at Sikkerhetsrådet forventer at UNMIS gjør ytterligere tiltak for å bedre sikkerheten til sine fly og helikoptre. Og det gjør jo at Director of Mission Support, som har tasking authority over disse helikoptrene, og som eier de sivile helikoptrene, hun tør altså ikke å fjerne kravet til flight safety assurance, for eksempel. Så det er liksom litt av konteksten, det operasjonsmiljøet som vi ser, eller noe av utfordringene vi ser i Sør-Sudan. Så hvilke konsekvenser for et slikt operasjonsmiljø for et eventuelt norsk styrkebidrag i Sør-Sudan, hvis Norge skulle velge å deployere noe dit? Min påstand er at sånn som taskforcen eller taskuniten i Afghanistan, så må et norsk styrkebidrag i Sør-Sudan også være robust nok til å vinne enhver strid. Det vil si at på grunn av manglende enablers, så må vi ha denne evnen selv. Må ha ildkraft, mobilitet og beskyttelse til å vinne enhver trefning. Et styrkebidrag bør støttes av norske kapabiliteter som taktisk UAV og et helikopterdetachment for sanitetsevakuering. Dersom ikke helikopter er tilgjengelig, så bør i hvert fall styrken støttes med integrert mobil kirurgisk enhet som kan følge patruljen under operasjoner for å holde liv i en sterkt skadet person i minimum 24 timer. Og i tillegg så må styrken være trent og utrustet og forberedt på å operere i et miljø som er nok en større utfordring for menneskekroppen enn det vi opplevde i Afghanistan. Da tenker jeg på giftige kryp og sånne ting. Vil Forsvaret ha noe nytte av å delta i en FN-misjon som UNMIS? Da? Og jeg vet jo at det har vært diskutert i militære kretser at det var veldig bra å være i NATO. Det er sexy innenfor koalisjon, vi kjenner prosedyrer osv. Mens det å delta i FN-operasjoner er noe helt annet, og vi kvier oss litt for det. Jeg tør jo påstå at de gangene vi interagerte med andre NATO-styrker i Afghanistan, var jo når vi ba om luftstøtte, eller samvirka med kamphelikoptre. Ellers så var vi opererte jo relativt autonomt. Og derfor så tror jeg at og til tross for det så brakte jo avdelingene som vi sendte ned, både fra Luftforsvaret, Sjøforsvaret og Hæren, brakte jo uvurderlig erfaring og kompetanse tilbake til egne forsvarsgrener, spesielt i forhold til stridsteknikk og utvikling av stridsteknikk og evnen til å lede styrker i strid. Og så derfor så tror jeg at deltakelse i FN-operasjoner i et miljø som er mer utfordrende enn det vi opplevde i Afghanistan, vil gi oss i hvert fall det samme tilbake, kanskje mer, fordi utfordringene er større. Men det er også en forutsetning at Norge aksepterer risikoen, det å bruke militær makt i et slikt stridsmiljø. Så bruker jeg å si, jeg skal gjenta det her, at FN-operasjoner med et kapittel 7-mandat trenger nasjoner med kapittel 7-mentalitet og med kapittel 7-kapasitet. I dag så opplever jeg at de fleste, eller mange FN-misjoner, og også UNMIS da, har et kapittel 7-mandat, men vi har altså kapittel 6-mentalitet, kapasitet og styrker. Takk.
Ja, skulle så gjerne trodd at man hadde spart det beste til slutt, men jeg tror nok ikke det stemmer. Billig poeng, jeg skjønner det. Men altså, jeg skal tenke å være ganske direkte, og rett og slett prøve å få litt diskusjon her på tampen. Jeg skal hovedsakelig snakke om to ting, og jeg velger å kalle det en liten realitetssjekk. Og det første jeg skal si er jo det at FN-operasjoner fortsatt har lav prioritet i Forsvaret, og det er lite som tyder på at det er i endring, til tross for den utviklingen vi har snakket om hittil i dag. Det andre er at man fra norsk hold har en tendens til å undervurdere både de utfordringer og de muligheter som ligger i FNs operasjoner. Det vil si at når vi deltar, så gjør vi det på en lite optimal måte, samtidig som vi fortsatt preges av visse seilivede myter om FNs operasjoner. Så altså, det er realitetssjekken. Som småstat så har Norge alltid anerkjent en egeninteresse i å ha sterke multilaterale institusjoner, og at vi har et ansvar også for å opprettholde dette. Men altså 2 Soria Moria-erklæringer med klare målsetninger om å delta mer i FNs operasjoner ble stort sett avspist med et feltsykehus i Tsjad. Nåværende regjering har heller ikke vist særlig vilje til å prioritere FNs operasjoner. Vi har i dag folk ute i 6 operasjoner, under 100 personer totalt, med en viss økning etter jul. Og det er jo bra, men likevel. Det er svært vanskelig å konkludere med noe annet enn at FNs operasjoner er og blir et sideshow for Forsvaret, som også Kjell Inge nevnte innledningsvis. En slik konklusjon er også i tråd med generelle strømninger i norsk sikkerhets- og forsvarspolitikk, og det er at den er bemerkelsesverdig konsistent, uavhengig av partifarge. For å skryte litt av mitt eget prosjekt, i boken Balansegang, Forsvarets omstilling etter den kalde krigen, som kom ut i høst, så beskriver mine kolleger hvordan utenlandsoperasjoner alltid har blitt sett på som en gjøkunge, eller en uønsket ekstraoppgave for Forsvaret. Det ble også nevnt innledningsvis. Jeg vil påstå at dette er en holdning som fremdeles står sterkt i Forsvaret. Vi ser dette særlig i den manglende viljen til å gi utenlandsoperasjoner en dimensjonerende rolle for Forsvarets innretning og struktur. Og med dimensjonerende så mener jeg at man ikke ønsker å la utenlandsoppdrag legge føringer på hva slags avdelinger eller utstyr vi faktisk skal ha. Nå er det likevel slik at innsatsforsvarstanken selv om den egentlig aldri har vært definert særlig godt. I hvert fall i prinsippet har vært tuftet på at man er rede til innsats nærmest hvor som helst i verden. Men altså i realiteten ser vi ofte at utenlandsoppdrag, til tross for den kamperfaringen den innebærer for enkeltsoldater og avdelinger, har en tendens til å forstyrre de hjemlige oppgaver. Vi ønsker ikke at det skal være slik, men slik er det rent faktisk. Denne stadige konflikten mellom ute og hjemme kommer for eksempel til uttrykk i den debatten som har fulgt i kjølvannet av fagmilitært råd. Jeg ble bedt om å reflektere litt rundt fagmilitært råd, og det gjør jeg nå herved. Flere har vært negative til for eksempel forsvarssjefens anbefaling om å flytte hærens helikoptere sørover, fordi man mener at de har en viktig medevak-rolle i Brigade Nord. Men altså forsvarssjefen har vært tydelig på at dette er en rolle som egentlig ikke var tiltenkt denne kapasiteten, men som helikoptrene fikk i løpet av årene i Afghanistan. Nå skal det igjen brukes til taktisk transportstøtte, slik intensjonen var med anskaffelsen, men i sør. Flere har også vært kritiske til forslaget om å legge ned Kystjegerkommandoen, særlig etter den heltmodige rollen avdelingen spilte i Afghanistan og også i dag spiller i Irak. Men også her har forsvarssjefen vært tydelig på at her tok man på seg oppgaver som egentlig hørte hjemme i hæren, altså kan avdelingen nå legges ned. Alt dette er uttrykk for at deltakelse ute nok kan gi en politisk gevinst, det vet vi, men at konsekvensen ofte blir en uønsket dreining av ressurser og fokus på bekostning av den mest optimale bruken av forsvaret her hjemme. Altså, det å operere ute rent faktisk bidrar til å dimensjonere det forsvaret vi har, men det er ikke slik vi vil ha det. Denne utfordringen har økt i takt med at vi har fått et stadig mindre forsvar, fordi det krever tid og ressurser å gire om når et utenlandsoppdrag er avsluttet. Også i den strukturen som forsvarssjefen anbefaler i fagmilitært råd, er internasjonalt bidrag prioritert lavest blant de dimensjonerende utfordringene for Forsvaret i tiden fremover. Da vil jeg si at det er en mager trøst at man i det hele tatt har den med på listen over dimensjonerende oppdrag. Det har ikke alltid vært slik, som jeg har sagt tidligere i dag. Så innenfor dette overordnede bildet, hvordan forholder man seg til FN-operasjoner kontra andre utenlandsoppdrag? Og nok en reality-check her, håper jeg. Jeg tror jeg er på ganske trygg grunn når jeg sier at de fleste i Forsvaret fortsatt ville foretrekke NATO over FN når det kommer til foretrukne partnere ute. Det gjør i hvert fall hvis vi ser bort fra den lille kjernen av svært kompetente stabsoffiserer som gang på gang gjør en veldig god innsats ute i FNs operasjoner. Men det er altså en liten kjerne av disse i Forsvaret i dag. Denne tendensen bygger gjerne på nedarvede forestillinger om ineffektivitet, kompliserte kommandoforhold, men også på en vedvarende forestilling om at omfattende begrensninger ligger på hvordan FN skal bruke militærmakt i dag. Jeg vil si at mange av disse bekymringene er reelle, men som vi har hørt i dag, er det i dag få begrensninger på FNs muligheter til å bruke militærmakt dersom situasjonen skulle tilsi det, i hvert fall ifølge mandater, men også ofte i form av utstyr. Det man ofte frykter, er at deltakelse i FN-operasjoner vil innebære fare for norske soldater, fordi vi ikke har tillit til mange av de landene som i dag er de dominerende troppebidragsytere i FN. Dette kan være en reell utfordring nok en gang, men samtidig så har vi en tendens til å putte alle ikke-vestlige bidragsytere i den samme kurven. De ses hovedsakelig på som mannskapsstyr på bakken, altså kvantitet, mens vestlige styrker gjerne likestilles med kvalitet. Jeg vil si at slike holdninger undergraver det faktum at et land som for eksempel Brasil har ledet flere FN-operasjoner med stor suksess, eller med en viss suksess, vil jeg kanskje si, ikke minst på grunn av deres noe uærbødige innstilling til gamlemåten å gjøre ting på. Jeg tror vi fikk det ganske godt demonstrert av et visst innlegg tidligere i dag. Vi så det i Haiti, hvor general Santos Cruz i 2006-2007 tok i bruk militærmakt og etterretning på en måte som var ny for FN, og som har fått stor betydning for senere operasjoner, blant annet Kongo. Så poenget er her da at en aktør som Brasil har vist evne og vilje til å tenke utenfor boksen, mens vestlige stater synes å være hemmet av manglende tro på at systemet faktisk kan endres. Det er et faktum at FN-operasjoner i lang tid har vært drevet innenfor rammen av operasjonskonsepter og doktriner som bygger på vestlige lands militære erfaringer. Disse er i mindre grad tilpasset utfordringer som ikke-konvensjonelle væpnede aktører, kriminelle krigsprofitører, krigsherrer osv., og heller ikke urbane operasjonsmiljøer av det vi faktisk så i Haiti. Det heldigvis I ferd med å endre seg, men jeg synes like vi bestiller spørsmålet om vestlige land I tilstrekkelig grad lydhøre for andre lands erfaringer I det utviklingsarbeidet som I dag gjør I FN. Så til slutt, hvordan kan Norge bidra inn her? Jeg tror vi kan bidra gjennom målrettet samarbeid nettopp med stater som Brasil, Sør-Afrika, India og etter hvert muligens Kina, som I dag den største troppebidragsyteren blant de faste 5 I Sikkerhetsrådet. Dette vil nettopp bidra til å styrke FN som den viktigste multilaterale sikkerhetsinstitusjonen I dag, og dermed skape en tydelig kobling til egne sikkerhetsinteresser også. Slik situasjonen nå jeg redd deltakelse I FN-operasjoner alltid vil havne efter NATO, hvor koblingen til egen sikkerhet nødvendigvis sterkere. Sånn det bare. Dessuten, fra norsk politisk hold, så får en også inntrykk av at så lenge en operasjon har FN-mandat, så spiller det nærmest ingen rolle om hjelmen blå eller grønn. Det jo ikke riktig. Norsk deltakelse I en FN-ramme, sammen med andre parter enn våre NATO-allierte, vil utvilsomt bidra til både å styrke FNs legitimitet og Norges troverdighet som en fredsbygger. Det også det Hilde sa her tidligere. Jeg kunne godt tenke meg helt avslutningsvis å trekke fram en FFI-rapport som kom her på tirsdag, altså Globale trender 2040, hvor da en av innlederne I dag, Alexander Biddle, I en helt annen kapasitet enn det han har hatt I dag, sammen med Sverre Diesen, konkluderer med at økt usikkerhet rundt den internasjonale rettsorden gjør at I fremtiden faktisk kan bli viktigere å bidra til FNs relevans, akkurat slik vi I dag bidrar til NATOs relevans. Særlig dersom FN-operasjoner blir viktigere for USA, kan det bli aktuelt for Norge å delta utifra et allianseperspektiv. Altså det vil si, det som tidligere har vært et argument mot å delta I FN-operasjoner, kan bli et argument for å delta. Og da får vi jo feste et visst håp til det som ble sagt tidligere I dag av Victoria Holt. Det som I hvert fall sikkert at Forsvaret vil møte helt andre utfordringer enn det man til nå har vært vant til, som blant annet Solberg har illustrert veldig godt. Men samtidig så vil den operative kapasiteten et større norsk styrkebidrag vil kunne tilføre en FN-operasjon, kanskje ha en større relativ effekt enn det som mulig innenfor NATO-rammen, hvor Norge og blir en liten aktør. Som andre ord så ligger det også en gyllen mulighet her, dersom våre politikere bestemmer seg for å gripe inn. Og dette et politisk spørsmål først og fremst. Takk.
Hjertelig takk alle tre for veldig innsiktsfulle og reflekterte bidrag. Vi fikk både de høye forventningene, vi fikk hva som faktisk skjer, og vi fikk muligens litt kaldt vann I blodet fra Per Martin, men dog kan hende at argumentasjonen endres. Vi på kraftig overtid her, slik at vi korter ned spørreperioden litt, men jeg har jo utfordret dere på å stille spørsmål her, så selvfølgelig skal vi ha spørsmål. Vi gjør det slik at vi samler opp noen spørsmål, og så tar vi en samlet runde med svar fra panelet. Så jeg vet ikke om det noen som våger seg ut på så sent på dag. Vi har en der.
Mye av problemet ligger I forbindelse med å beskytte sivile. Og en av de viktige verktøyene man har I forhold til det, det jo nettopp krigens folkerett, som har et stort islett for å nettopp beskytte sivile. Ikke dette en ting som man også bør satse mer på I forhold til kapasitets...
Ja.
Det du prøvde å si om at fra stabsskolen må også stille spørsmål. Redrusjen, eller ved stabsskolen. Hvis spørsmålet går på vilje, altså viljen til å
Jeg tror det fullt mulig å endre visse holdninger både på politisk hold og innad i Forsvaret. Og som forsker så velger jeg ofte da heller å se kanskje til andre aktører som vi kan sammenligne oss med. Og vi luller oss ofte i Norge da inn i en sånn oppfatning av at det sånn som vi tenker om dette her, akkurat sånn som alle andre tenker om dette her. Så for eksempel at vi velger å ikke legge utenlandsoppdrag som nettopp en dimensjonerende oppgave for Forsvaret, og med dimensjonerende så innebærer det også at man utvikler scenarioer hvor man tenker seg hvilke bidrag man skal stille og sånne ting, så det akkurat sånn som alle andre gjør det, men det jo ikke det. Danmark gjør det ikke slik. Etter hva jeg vet, så vet svenskene har internasjonale scenarioer, kanadierne, nederlenderne. Alle opererer da med en aktiv tanke om hvordan man skal best kunne bidra ute. Det synes jeg i dag muligens mangler både på politisk og fagmilitært hold i Norge. Så hvis vi kan få endret det, så tror jeg vi kan komme et langt stykke videre I forhold til også å komme med verdifulle bidrag inn I et fremtidig FN som da mer effektivt enn det de har vært til nå.
Takk. Så jeg har jo sett at fokuset I Norge og andre vestlige land har dreid fra å være med på FN-operasjoner til å bare dreie seg om NATO-operasjoner og andre koalisjonsoperasjoner, og at vi ikke har hatt fokus på FN. Og etter å ha vært nå 7 måneder I min første FN-misjon, så ser jeg at Norge har definitivt noe å bidra med, og jeg håper vi kommer til å gjøre det. Jeg håper vi kommer til å delta mer I FN-regi I Afrika, fordi jeg ser regionen trenger noen som hjelper dem videre ut av den gjørma eller hengemyra de står I akkurat nå. Takk.
Et par ting som ikke ble kommentert, så jeg bare svarer på folkerettsspørsmålet som ble stilt. Og bare si at det gjør FN I veldig mange operasjoner, så driver de med opplæringsprogrammer av sikkerhetsstyrkene I vertslandet, slik at de har godt kjennskap til IHL, altså International Humanitarian Law, og Genève-konvensjonen og krigens folkerett. Det ofte ikke, I hvert fall ikke på toppnivå I disse landenes hærer, at den kunnskapen mangler. Den der, og veldig ofte har de ratifisert de relevante konvensjonene og har alt på en måte på papiret. Det viljen til å etterfølge dem som det står på. Og det derfor I de konfliktene at det viktig at FN der for å bidra til å beskytte sivile når regjeringene ikke villige til eller I stand til å gjøre det selv. Og det jo det man har sett I veldig mange av disse operasjonene som jeg har snakket om I dag, og hvor definitivt det var kritisk I Sør-Sudan før Rune kom inn, men da Petter var der og jeg var der, så var det jo da krigen brøt ut, og jeg pleier å si det litt humoristisk at jeg var jo en stor suksess. Jeg ledet en fredsbevarende operasjon for FN hvor krigen brøt ut, liksom. Det et sjakktrekk. Men det som skjedde da var jo at hvis ikke vi hadde åpnet portene til basene, og jeg vet at Rune og kollegene nå strever med konsekvensene av den beslutningen, men vi vet jo at tusenvis av mennesker hadde mistet livet, og at det var en etnisk targeting, altså hva heter det? Altså målrettet angrep og drap på etniske grupper, og vi så det jo ved selvsyn også. Så det måtte vi gjøre, og det gjør jo at når man nå har 200 000 der, så hvis man skulle dra fra Sør-Sudan nå, så det ikke bare feil signal på feil tidspunkt, fordi nå har de I hvert fall skrevet under, og nå håper vi nå at Riek Machar kommer til Juba, I hvert fall I løpet av et par måneder eller så, og de kan begynne på denne fryktelig vanskelige prosessen tilbake til fred I realiteten, men det også en reell fare for at flere tusen mennesker vil miste livet, fordi det vil være fristende å gå etter de som de har sett på som motstandere og opposisjonelle som nå har skjult seg I leirene. Slik at det vil ha dramatiske konsekvenser på mange måter og være destabiliserende, så det bør man ikke gjøre. Og da det siste poenget, når det gjelder Norge, så tror jeg at det å vise at det en sammenheng I det vi gjør, det veldig viktig for å være en troverdig aktør. Og jeg tror at det man har stått for I veldig mange år I FN-sammenheng, bør henge sammen med det man også gjør på militær side. Og det tror jeg, en mulighet nå med det internasjonale klimaet som vi ser, i forhold til internasjonal terror og trusler som kommer hjem, som gjør, nå snakker jeg om hjem til Europa, som gjør at på en helt annen måte trengs et sterkt, robust og troverdig FN som har tillit hos alle parter. Og da også militære bidrag en viktig del av å styrke FN. Og det blir ikke et globalt sterkt FN dersom alle vestlige land holder seg hjemme og sender andre ut i krigen. Det vil marginalisere FN, svekke FN og gjøre FN til en mindre troverdig politisk aktør, også i global sammenheng. Så dette henger sammen, og derfor er det viktig også ut fra vår egen interesse å bidra til å styrke FN og FNs troverdighet, og at vår troverdighet som støttespiller til FN blir ivaretatt. Så jeg ville bare ha sagt det til slutt. For meg og for veldig mange er dette utrolig viktig. Så takk for oppmerksomheten.
Takk for det. Hjertelig takk til alle våre 3 panelister for supre bidrag og innsiktsfullt her i diskusjonen. Takk til dere som da stilte spørsmål her. Det var nesten litt sånn tilbake til 1990-tallet, da man virkelig hadde de harde frontene mellom skal man satse på FN eller NATO-operasjoner her. Så det var fint å få opp temperaturen litt. Hjertelig takk for det. Da avrunder vi dette panelet her, og så skal jeg gi ordet til Kari Osland fra NUPI, som skal komme med noen avsluttende ord helt til slutt. Vær så god, Kari. Vi gir en applaus for panelet. Jeg bare sitter der.
Bare for å si en liten ting først. Når det gjelder den siste diskusjonen, så tenker jeg at vi trenger rett og slett mer debatt i Norge om FN. Jon Karlsrud og meg selv, vi har en kronikk i Dagens Næringsliv i dag på denne tematikken, så jeg vil oppfordre alle dere til å hive dere på. Så skal jeg si noen avsluttende ord, og jeg stepper egentlig inn for Ulf Sverdrup, direktør på NUPI, som nå i Sør-Korea. Jeg skal være kort. Vi har kommet til en ende. Vi har blitt opplyst av et solid kobbel av talere, av kommentarer, av spørsmål stilt fra salen. Vi har blitt provosert, vi har ledd, vi har diskutert. I sum så har vi fått mange innspill, kilder til ettertanke og inspirasjon. Jeg vil bruke disse siste minuttene til å takke de som har gjort dette seminaret mulig. De som har presentert innlegg, de har allerede blitt takket. Derfor så vil jeg nå takke organisasjonskomiteen. Fra Forsvarets høyskole, Roar Vold, Stein Helge Kingsrød, Palle Ytstebø, Ida Oma, Kristine Offerdal, og sist, men ikke minst, Petter Lindqvist. Fra NUPI, Åsmund Weiltsen, Erik Reichborn og Karsten Friis. Så vil jeg også takke de som har bidratt i dag. Liv Høyvik, Jack Skarsjø, Ane Tekstum Isbrekken, Kaja Eriksen, Ingrid Nygien, Pål Trost, Malin Østevik, Siri Torlei, Eivind som styrer lys og lyd, beklager jeg har ikke etternavnet ditt, og MP-soldatene som har stått vakt i døra. Tusen hjertelig takk for innsatsen. Sist, men ikke minst, så vil jeg takke publikum for at dere har bidratt til at dette seminaret ble en suksess. Takk for at dere kom, takk for at dere engasjerte dere, og takk for at dere lyttet. Og med de ord så erklærer jeg Militærmaktseminaret 2015 for avsluttet, og ønsker alle vel hjem.